out here in the Terran Mill. You know, as we do, it has been very busy. There's so many people. Um, Things have been easy. It's honestly not been that hard. I know which things to like kind of skip and do at certain times and whatnot. And as it gets really late here, I might thin out a bit. Ooh, money. I already have 8 gold and 23 silver. Let's go. Because riding at level 40 is going to be very expensive. Here, let me move my microphone. I need to move my microphone up a bit. So yeah, riding is like 40 gold or something crazy unless you like. What I did is I'm trying to get my reputation up with Undercity. I turned in some wool, and I know if you like turn in a bunch of like cloth, different cloth, you could get it up. That would be a lot, but I don't know, like maybe it'll make it cheaper. So yeah, I've already done a lot of the quests around here. And during class you can get discount. Wait, 100? What do you mean 100? It's not 100 gold. No, it's not. Maybe for like max level writing. Level 40 writing is like it's like half that amount. It's not 100 gold. No, it's not. I know the writing itself, like the training, I think that's the expensive part because the mount shouldn't be that expensive. The mount's like 10 gold or something. There's no way. The training's not no. It's not. Is 90 gold or something? Like, no. That's crazy. I thought it was only like 40 gold. Oh my gosh. That seems so. Oof. I'm gonna have to be so picky with the things that I like train and whatnot. Ew. I'm just very ill. What? No! I never remember those. That's insane. That's so crazy. Yeah, you should double check. I think it's half that amount. I hope it is. Oh. What do I want to do? I like literally was just in this mine and I hate it and I kind of don't want to go back there. Um I really hate that quest. I know that it like drop quests I've been trying to skip until I'm like kind of over level for them so that it's not a pain in the ass, because if you do those quests that are not kill requirement but like item requirements, it's it's so bad. I could do BFD. I haven't done BFD yet. That's like literally about it. What? It's the other way around than what I thought. Wait, so the training is cheap, but the mounts are expensive? Regular riding mounts are 100 gold. Oh my gosh. That cannot be true. That's so horrible. Ezekiel! Happy Thanksgiving! Uh-huh. I'm gonna be selling so many portals. I guess. Like, I don't know. I need to level up quicker because that's the main thing is like as a mage I could like give people portals and maybe it'll tip me and I'll like come up with money over time. Yeah. I made 8 gold. I visited the trainer recently, but I'm about to hit level 28 and that means I'm gonna have to visit the trainer again. It'll show me when the quests pop up there. These are all a bit too much still, so we're not gonna go over there. Man. I feel like I'm gonna have to go back here and do some shit. Like these war song supplies and stuff. And go do BFD. I think I should just go do BFD. I have this flight point and everything. You know what I mean? So like... Also, okay. Riddle me this bitch, because like one of my first times playing mage, especially in classic, right? And this quest that I got, now I don't know if it's related to mage or anything like that, but it's just like I don't remember this quest. And she tells me on the top of the tree, but doesn't that tree have alliance guards around it? Like flagged alliance? Oh, because there's one that's closer. The tree he is in does not. Okay, well, then I guess let's just go there and handle that. I'm gonna use my teleport to Grimmer. Or Grimmar. Where is it? There you are. You tried tanking Wailing Caverns? Holy cow, I forgot how needlessly big the place is. Yeah. Yeah, so as y'all can see, so I did SFK once, right? I did SFK once. Wait, let me make sure. Yeah. 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 Too fur. So, like, I'm, like, kitted. Look at me here. I'm, like, all kitted out, I feel. I'm doing pretty freaking good. I got the ring from Wailing Caverns, right? So, like, yeah, I mean, what can I don't remember. What can I get in BFD? Is there something, I don't know. What does it matter? I already have such nice gear. I don't know if there's anything there besides, you know, just, like, experience and quests for me to do. A juiced wand? My wand ability is so low, I don't even use it. Where is it? Where's the skill? Can I not look at it? Thought you could look at that skill.
Loktar.
Hold on. I'm gonna drop some things in my inventory. Or bank, rather. An 11 and 10 staff? Okay. Yeah, alright, so we'll go do that.
And thunder.
Or attempt to. My bank full. What delete?
Dub.
Dub.
Greetings. Go in peace.
All right. $50 silver. Selling ports 50 silver. That's really cheap. No, I'm kidding. I wish I could. Somebody's a bitch is so
Strength and honor.
Alright.
Strength.
It's like less than 10, I want to say. I think it's like 7 or 9 silver. I think. I always keep a few on me from like the self one. I have a few of my self ones that I buy. And also I believe the self ones are different than the ones you need to use for the portal that people can go through. So yeah, I might be totally wrong. I'm not completely sure. But yeah, I feel like, especially if you're saying you're like buying the portal, I just feel like it should be double. It should be the amount the mage has to pay for the regent plus. And it's like if you want to tip them after that, sure. Now if they're doing it and they're like doing it for free or whatever, they're like, hey, I'll give you a portal or whatever, right? You're not like buying the portal, then I don't know, whatever price. But yeah, I feel like if you're saying you're like buying it, I feel like double is like fair. So that's why I was just making a joke, 50 silver. If anything, that's probably pretty good. I believe all the quests relating to this are... I sure hope so. I don't think... Yeah, okay. So, I'm assuming all the quests related to this are here, where we're going. Let's see what we got here. Oh. Only a level 26 healer, that's rough. And they're delisted. Well, at least I look favorable. If I literally had one more bar and people would really want to take me. Probably, right? I'll just go kill stuff around there. This dude's a warrior. Why isn't he like... Should be trying to tank. This one too, he's level 28. He should really be tanking. Like, yeah, maybe not the 25, but the 28, man. And then this is a level 29 priest who's listed as DPS. Like, what? Huh? What are you, Shadow? Okay. I wonder if people are listing themselves and not realizing what role they're listing themselves as. Can you say 5 numbers between 1 and 50 and then one number you feel really strongly about? I've read that now twice. So I first read that in my head and I kind of felt stupid because I don't understand. 5 numbers in between 1 and 50. I get that. But then one number you feel really strongly about. What... Aren't the 5 numbers what I feel strongly about? Oh, okay. I'll just pick 5 numbers between 50. 12, 22, 27, 33. How many am I at? Is that 4? And 44. Oh, I didn't pick up the quest. Let's see what quests we have here. I was about to just run around and kill stuff. I don't know if I should sit here and babysit this. They need a tank, unfortunate. Okay. Not you. Not you.
Hey there, be seeing ya. See ya later. Later.
No worries. Conjure up stuff. So loud. Blaring my eardrums out. I fear having to babysit this. Alright, let me... okay. Alright. Hi. Yes. I was like gonna do stuff and then boom. Okay, great. Yeah. It all works out. So we are literally 1 bar away from level 28. That's gonna be good. These things don't even give me experience. Feels bad, man. I'm gonna kill some things that give me experience. Oh my gosh, level 18, that doesn't even work. Level 20 doesn't even work for me, you know?
I will return the favor.
It's like I could never make myself pay for one of those add-ons because I have the original game guide in my closet. Like that's not okay for me to... Why do I have to pay for that knowledge? I just have to open up a book. The internet could turn off and I could still find out everything in classic World of Warcraft because I have the book about it and Burning Crusade. Yep. So that's how I feel about that one. Hooray for paper books. A thing of the past. I'll be honest. Oh, is it over there? You go, like, I don't even remember how do you get in this place. This is one I've not done often. I've done it a few times. Yeah, it's okay. It's over there. Hi! What's up, Crunch? Hanging out in a group with some random people. We're looking for a healer for Black Fathom Deeps. No, it was the tank who invited me, thankfully, it seems. Yeah, that's what's nice about, like, being, like, a DPS. That's why I don't try doing the dungeons when I'm, like, lower level, because I know that, like, it's hang, like, the ones who, like, will just start their own group or whatever like that. If they see a high-level mage listed, that's probably gonna be one of the first people they're gonna invite, because they're gonna want to, like, pull a bunch of mobs and be like, yeah, I'm gonna invite the mage. He'll kill shit. You know? Like... So... I was gonna do BFD, like... a level or two ago, right after I did Shadowfang Keep, but I was like, no, like, let me go do a bunch of stuff, let me do a bunch of quests, after I got all those really good drops from Shadowfang. So yeah. They are. Me and the orc shaman here. Like, what an iconic name. With the guild Blood and Thunder. Really like that. I'd say out of all the guild names, that's one I'm like very much a fan of. The TBC Cuties. That one's, it's cute. You know, it's yeah, literally it's cute, but I don't know if I'd like want that as my own guild name. I kind of like badass guild names. Is he actually an orc? He is. And that one I saw someone they named the guild World of Warcraft. That was pretty cool. That was badass. I didn't know you could like do that. I was like, that's a nice guild name. Just name it World of Warcraft. Yeah. Hey, what guild are you in World of Warcraft? No, not the game. What guild are you in World of Warcraft? What the fuck? I said, what fucking guild are you in World of Warcraft? Oh my god. That's how I can imagine that goes. Flying Dutchman. That's a pretty good one. I like that. See, I like cool guild names, you know. When I was younger, one of the ones I was a fan of was Smoke and Mirrors. You know, the typical, what do we got? A laughing coffin, right? Funny. Those are just popular ones you see people constantly take. Oh, he's got his full fang set. Yo, look at him. Sheesh. Look. Ooh. He looking sick with it. With the purple hair and stuff. Actually serving. Rare troll serve. Good luck in the dungeon. Yeah. Thank you. Serving Wailing Caverns. Yes. It's not black and yellow, it's purple and yellow. Gang gang out here. Purple and yellow, gang gang. I know it's gold, but you know. Oh. You know what I'm gonna start doing? I should start adding people to my friends list. Like, not like BattleNet or whatever, but like, you know how like the in-game friends list? I just start adding people to friends who are like, yeah, add character friends who are like, once I play with them and if they're like really good, you know, if it's like they're a good healer, a good tank, and so I could like type to them, like, be like, hey, what are you doing? If we're like still the same level, be like, do you want to do a dungeon? I know, that's how people used to split. Yep, that's how I used to do it. I always want to say hen low, but then I know people are gonna be like, oh my god. Like, so just like hi. I used to always hit people with that whale cub. That was mainly for guilds though. I'd been in multiple guilds that said that. It was like how you know, like people would join and be like, oh, oh. You know. But yeah, I like saying hello too. Henlo. I'm gonna craft some more water. Just out here doing my majorial duties. Oh yeah? You definitely should. It's so fun. There's so many people. Like, even on just this regular server, non-hardcore, no PvP. I love that they did just a single server of each, and this server feels so alive. And, in, like, a very good way. Have the mob spawns with certain quests and whatnot been a little tough? You know, but everyone's been really nice. Like, I've had people when, like, an enemy I need to kill is at, like, 10%, they stop hitting it and invite me to a group. Like, I'm talking that's happened multiple times. Yeah, drive-by buffs, and everyone's just, like, super nice and helpful. Did you say before that a specific recent Assassin's Creed was pretty good? Yeah. So the one they Mirage, it was decent. It wasn't too long. So I really liked Origins. Valhalla, I never even tried. I just wasn't fucking bothered with it. I liked Odyssey, but it was just too long. I spent like over 20 hours in it and I just gave up. And I love all the Assassin's Creed games pretty much before those new ones. My favorite is like, you know, the super early ones, like the beginning ones. Those are great. But yeah, Mirage was pretty good. And we'll see if they do a decent job on Shadows. Like, Mirage made me excited for Shadows. So, yeah. There was that. It's not like it was bad. Oh yeah. Also, if you pay for the Ubisoft, that when I recently played through all of the games to just kind of like knock them out because I was trying to like play all of them before Mirage came out. If you pay for Ubisoft Plus, that's what it's called, a month membership instead of owning the game. I mean, you can own the game for $6. That's cool and everything. But you can pay for an Ubisoft Plus and you can play all their games while your membership's up. Kind of like a World of Warcraft membership, but for the Ubisoft games. So yeah, there's that. If you want to do that, so that you could have free reign over any freaking game you want to play. Just you know, something to toss out there. That's how I'm probably gonna play Shadows. I'm just gonna re-up my Ubisoft Plus membership. Because that's what I did for Mirage. I didn't pay for the game, I just paid for membership and played. I just want to play the game, I don't care about owning it, it's fine. I'm not someone who really cares about a single player game, like owning it. Yeah. Everyone's just very concerned about who they decided are the main characters. A lot of controversy, you know. It's not both Japanese people, so it's kind of weird. But we'll see. They want to tell a different kind of story, so we'll have to let them tell it. And see how it goes. It's not like they've told necessarily bad stories in the past, so, you know, we'll see. Yeah. I do wonder if they went down the route of, like, actually thinking that it was a bold move for them to do that and it would somehow work in their favor to stir up, like, controversy. Oh, we go down under. Duh. The other guy followed me. I feel so bad. It was only for her. Oh, that was way too early, but okay. Yeah. Parasite. Ew. Oh my. Running in. Okay. In we go. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. wand is at 87. Not very high, but at least it's not too low. Alright, let's see if I can make the jumps, or are we gonna go around? That'd be nice. We're gonna go around. Okay. No jumps today. Right here. Up. Up. Up this way. Up here. There we go. No jumps today. Smooth. Aren't all the turtles gonna pull? Or no? Okay. Nice. Okay. Now what? Oh yeah. I think left. Uh-oh. Alright.
What brings you here?
Cool.
Go in peace. Greetings.
He does. You can vendor things to him? What the fuck? Oh, you cannot sell to the merchant? You can just repair your shit?
Farewell.
What the fuck? Sit and drink. Going pretty smooth. I'm about to level up. 99%. One of these kills are gonna make me ding. Here we go.
Wicked.
Level 28. Just 32 more levels to go. Just hate having to do all the mana management. Feels bad, man. Have no mana. That is a curse. I heal curses. I see another curse. What the fuck? I'm in the air. Alright. The SFK group I ran with the other day, they were people who, like, I guess they were running the dungeon multiple times over and over. So not only did I get really lucky with the drops, but I mean, like, yeah, no one else in the party wanted the same stuff that I wanted, or they already had it. And then, like, yeah, they were just like leaving chests and stuff like that, and they're like, oh, you can have it, and I was like, oh okay. Like, I don't know what they were spamming for. Okay, whatever. I meant to hit the F button. Keep resting my fingers on the wrong spot on the keyboard. Every blessing. Make sure I keep those curses off. Alright. Where are we gonna? This way? Mm. Obviously don't need that. Oh, more curses. Darn curses. just becoming a debuff bitch. Thank God for unlimited water. That's not what I wanted to hit. Sad boar. Why he call it sad boar? Why not happy boar? Guardian, fuck off. There we go. Keep slamming the wrong button every now and then, but yeah, eventually get the right one. You can swim. I know how to swim. We can swim, jump around, wall. AI, please? What the fuck does that mean? Oh my god, she's talking to me. Beautiful. There we go. Oh. That works. Fun. All right. Sheesh. Went to that in the first place. Oh no. Reset. Got the clan. Okay. Oh no. Um. And also, why did they not pull them off me? I don't understand. I have all the AoE. Why wouldn't you pull all those off me? Like, what? Bruh. Okay. I know I didn't pull them. Somebody just swam too close. I hate that you can't see anything. I think. This way? Yes. Alright, I gotta rebuff everybody. Why should she do that? What is she doing? Why? Still walk with everybody, try not to be fancy. See, I was standing here. How the hell were those things? They didn't pull me. I know it for a fact. Why is she not sitting with her? Alright. Let's see. We have 2 bosses? 3? 2? 2 more? Almost done? Scared. What? Oh, okay, I thought it interrupted me. I was like, hey. Oh, my season 1 or phase 1 of Season of Discovery and getting the trauma, the PTSD from this place. That was quite fun of a raid. How the fuck? We're doing good. We stretch.
Who dares disturb my meditation?
Dust to dust.
Sleep.
Dust to dust. No cowards, leave me alone.
Sleep.
Oh shit, it's the rod. Damn it! Fucking rolled 1 on that bitch. God damn it. At least it's not that much better than my current one. It's a little bit. It would help, but you know, it is what it is. Oh yeah, we gotta do this stuff now. Crayons. What was that? Hello, hello. Hi, Meg. How are you? Just leveling up here in World of Warcraft, you know. We're at level 28. Got 32 more levels. Can't sleep. I'm up grinding. You know, anime game, that's gonna keep you up even later. That's how they get ya. You already have fallen into the trap. Wasn't this character max level? Well, these servers just came out a few days ago. Like, on Thursday. So these servers haven't been out for even 1 week yet. They did 20th anniversary servers, so there's PvE, PvP, and hardcore fresh servers. So there are a few people who are already max level, but they probably have not slept if they're already max level on these servers. So no, I don't have a max level character on these servers since they just went live a few days ago. But we'll get there. And then I'll play the Indiana Jones game, and then I'll have a bunch of things I have to do in retail WoW. So have you slept? No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. The servers came out on Thursday, and if anyone is max level on these servers, they probably have not slept. Level 60 is max level in Classic World of Warcraft. So, like, yeah, I've been sleeping. Yeah, it's because these servers are fresh. So that's why I'm leveling up the character on it. Alright. Oh, that's in the beginning. I don't even know if I care for that quest. Now I gotta skididdly doodly bop out of here and go turn in these quests. Well, the one... Okay, is there an Ashen Man? The other's in Thunderblood. This quest? I don't even know. Would be worth. We did it. What is he getting beat up by? I don't even know. hate that I can't use the map in here. He's calling for you, girly. It's like possible I get a res, meanwhile the healer's like all the way over here next to me. Yeah. She has to turn around. Sigh, she says. Oh. Damn, sucks to be a priest. Get out of here. You know. Take my clam meat. Let's get it a little pop. Okay. Oh. No. Let me out. Leave me be. I don't think this is the way, is it? Is this the way? That is not the way. Hell. Yeah, I don't know if I want to run around and get those sapphire things. A bit too lazy, to be honest. It's a 22 quest as well. Like, is that really worth it for me? Not really. Cool beans. visit the trainer now. It was pretty good. The staff dropped, but unfortunately the priest won the roll. I literally rolled a 1 on it, and I was like, oh, that's nice. Well, it's okay. So didn't get the cool rod, but oh well. Dungeon's done. That's what matters. I rolled a 1 because I'm number 1. Cha-ching! So yeah, we're going to turn this stuff in.
Relax. Okie dokie. Be seeing ya.
Alright, and then the other quest is Thunder Bluff. I am gonna hearth there because, you know, not the like biggest upgrade because I have that staff from the quest from Wailing Caverns. The 11 intellect would have been nice, but I literally have so many other pieces that are giving me like, you know, a high amount of intellect and everything. It just like a little bit more damage and intellect, but yeah, like nothing crazy. I already have a half decent one, so. It gives 70 HP. Oh, what? Because of the stam? Yeah, 70 HP is pretty big, right? What the fuck? What the lip? Oh my god. Yeah. Maybe. I know you need some items to have like some strength and stamina so you're not super squishy. Oh wait, this is down. Is it? Wait, I'm confused. Oh, it's this person.
How may I aid you? Walk with the Earth Mother.
So we got a new
Ancestors
wand.
watch over you.
One spirit and shadow resistance as well. Yep. New one. Frost damage down by 15. Wow, what a cool buff. And I'm gonna AFK for a little bit now, but yeah, I'm gonna get a snap. Oh, I know what I could do. I'll pause the buff if I log out, right? That's what I should do. I should log out of the character while AFK. The spell's damage range after applying. Oh, I have no idea about those kind of. Yeah, I'm not the person to ask about those kind of things. I ain't got no idea. I have no idea about that one. I'll unpause the buffet. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's quite literally what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go grab a snack really quick, and then we will So after all of that, maybe now we go back to Thousand Needles and deal with that stuff. Go see if we can find a little group to kill Arikara and Arnak Grimtotem, maybe. That's about my best idea. I think I'll be able to go to the flat. Yeah, and I'll be able to go to the flat soon. Yes, yeah. I love these quests. I don't mind them. Yeah. So let's go kill Mr. Grimtotem and the fam. What else is opening up to us? Welcome to the jungle. Yeah, I think we can, at level 30, you can do some things in Stranglethorn, can't you? Yeah, the big frost crits feel really nice. I just went frost because that's what I figure everybody does when they level. I don't know. But yeah, I am gonna grab a snack really quick. Let's put on some jammies. And then we will go to Thousand Needles and do that. I'll be right back. Be back. I finished the rest of my food that I got earlier. Yummy, yum, 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 yum. Yeah, and I saved my buff. That's why I logged out while I AFK'd so that I didn't lose time on the buff. Ha ha ha. Thank you. Thank you. I hope everyone had a bunch of good food today. I ate my Thanksgiving kind of meal earlier in the week. And then today I ordered steak hibachi. Because, like, yeah, I figured, you know, the Asian place, right? Like, they don't know if they celebrate or whatever. But yeah. Anyone want a slimy murloc scale? No, I'm just gonna sell that to a vendor. Murloc fins? Nope. Shiny fish scales? No. Oh, this might sell for some. Ooh. Not up there already. Oh. Uh-oh, we're gonna have to... I need to find something that's like this. It's male. It's male armor. It's a chest piece that is for level 21. Well, it ain't this. It ain't that good. It's just a green. 6 agility, 6 strength. It's 6 agility, 6 stamina. So I should put it up probably for similar. Not drop. I mean, the rod dropped, but the priest that was there rolled on it and they won the roll, unfortunately. So maybe we just got the dungeon done, you know. Yeah. Yeah, it dropped, but I literally rolled a 1. I was like, oh my gosh. That's what I get for getting both of my pieces in SFK uncontested. I had no hope of winning that, so yeah. The priest won that, unfortunately. It is what it is. I'm gonna put this one up for 34. So it's similar to the other one that I saw. Yeah. There. Maybe someone will buy mine. So that's how that went.
Peace, friend.
I guess I gotta click that, or did I already?
Farewell.
Oh, I gotta go back there. Because I didn't click on this. I don't even need this. Whatever. That's what I get for not paying attention. Here, no, let me make sure I sell... I have some other junk here.
Ah, I have
What's
just
that
the
doing in
thing
my
for you.
inventory?
Ancestors watch over you.
Okay, bang.
Well met.
Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm. What do I want to throw away? Really need to get working on these things so I can learn them and take them out. I shouldn't have stuff like this in here, but I do. 'Cause I'm stupid. I feel like this is really pointless to have. Over it. I'll just vendor it.
Farewell.
Ale. Be careful.
Oh my, we're at 10 gold. That's gonna go down when I'm purchase this flight path though. I'm gonna be honest. Actually gonna teleport to Thunderbluff and then take the flight path because I feel like from here. No, actually this might be closer. I lied. Let me not do that. It's actually not that far because you're so far north up here.
What brings you here?
No, yeah, look, why the fuck does it make you go all the way over to Crossroads? What? Why do we gotta fly that way? 4 silver? It's probably gonna be 4 silver either way because it's 3 and 3. Wow, I hate it here. They're robbing me. He just took me under 10 gold. It's fucked up. Mm-hmm. And I have to fly all the way back down. Because we're gonna go to 1,000 Needles. I roll. I love flight paths. They're the best. You know, it's probably a good time for him. Should probably pull up a new lore video for us to watch. That's what I think. Let's see here. There was another channel, a third lore channel I found. This one's called the Karazhan Library, right? So yeah, before we were listening to the Chronicles of Azareth, and before that, we listened to Nobel 87, I think was the other guy that we'd listen to. But now this one's gonna be the Karazhan Library. Let me see if I can set this up here. Where is it at? That one? Yeah. Yeah.
Scholarmonths, the Knights of the Silver Hand. In this tale, we are going to focus on an area of Azeroth that boasts some of the finest lore ever written in World of Warcraft. We are travelling to the northern reaches of the Eastern Kingdoms to uncover the history of the Plague Lands, covering the entire lore of the zone, including the stories of Stratholme, Scholarmonths, the Knights of the Silver Hand, and the battle for Light's Hope Chapel. The Plague Lands were once a thriving and beautiful region of Azeroth. The lively city of Stratholme lay to the north, while the surrounding areas were filled with small towns, villages, and a close-knit community that farmed the land to sustain the Grand Kingdom of Lordaeron. Known previously as Eastweald, this lush area provided its inhabitants with either the peace and harmony that a simple farming life offered, or for those seeking a faster-paced lifestyle, there was always the hustle and bustle of the grand city of Stratholme. However, as we know today, this idyllic image of this area is a far cry from its current harsh reality. In this tale, we will uncover the true history of Stratholme and these appropriately named Plagued Lands. Situated at the very heart of the once great kingdom of Lordaeron, Eastweald occupied the land between the Tirisfal Glades to the west, the hinterlands to the south, and the forested area to the north known as Quel'Thalas. However, this human-dominated region of Azeroth appeared vastly different in the past. The origins of these plagued lands trace back thousands of years to the beginnings of the human tribes. Nearly 2,800 years before the events at the Dark Portal, the High Elves of Quel'Thalas found themselves locked in perpetual conflict with the native and dominating Amani trolls. These moss-skinned trolls, known for their ability to regenerate limbs and heal injuries, were a savage and malevolent race. With their empire sprawling across the vast majority of northern Lordaeron, the trolls fiercely defended their borders against any perceived threats. Meanwhile, the scattered human tribes of Lordaeron
We're learning back
waged
up on our
internal
World of
battles
Warcraft
for
lore.
supremacy over their respective lands. Amidst the chaos, the Arathi tribe recognized the growing menace posed by the trolls and sought to unify the disparate human tribes against their common enemy. Through 6 years of cunning strategy and military prowess, the Arathi gradually subjugated rival tribes, including the human tribes from the Alterac Mountains and from the Tirisfal Glades, offering peace and equality to the conquered in exchange for their loyalty. The humans of Tirisfal, led by the great warrior Lordain, were more refined than the savage mountain tribes. Deeply religious, they performed rituals at shrines and revered Tyr's silver hand, often wearing its image as pendants. Unlike the Alteraci, they resisted force and required the leader of the Arathor nation, Thoradin, to appeal to their beliefs to gain their loyalty. Thoradin made a pilgrimage to Tirisfal's sacred sites and pledged to adopt and spread their religious practices. He sealed this promise by cutting his palm and mixing his blood with the earth, declaring, "Between our people, let this be the only blood we spill." The Tirisfal humans then joined him, with Lordain becoming one of his generals. Lordain's sister, Merelda, was among the first followers of the Holy Light, which the Arathi adopted and eventually leading to the Church of the Holy Light years later. The culmination of the Arathi's efforts was the establishment of Strom, a mighty fortress city in southern Lordaeron and the capital of the newly formed Arathor nation. Rumours of the elves' plight reached Strom, prompting Thoradin to realise the true extent of the troll threat. Desperate for aid, elven ambassadors arrived, seeking military assistance against the troll armies. The king accepted, and the war against the trolls began. During the final days of the Troll Wars, as King Thoradin and his forces retreated to Alterac Fortress, the Amani rapidly gained ground, threatening to flank and overwhelm Arathor's armies. To prevent disaster, General Lordain volunteered to hold back the forest trolls, knowing he would not survive. Lordain and his warriors died fighting, but their sacrifice secured victory for Arathor and Quel'Thalas. After the Troll Wars, many of Arathor's soldiers migrated back to the fertile lands of Tirisfal, where they established a central stronghold and renamed the region Lordaeron in Lordain's honour. Similar to what we see in the southern expanse of the Eastern Kingdoms, where the Kingdom of Stormwind thrives on the hard work of those farming the lands of Elwyn Forest, Westfall, and at that time Brightwood, and beyond, Eastweald served as the equivalent for the Kingdom of Mordor, the city being built on the hard work of the surrounding community, who farmed the fertile soils to feed the expanding population. As the population grew, humans began to spread their influence into the surrounding lands. In this region, several towns and villages emerged from old fortresses that were built during the war with the trolls. Some of these include Anderhall, Hearthglen, and Caer Darrow in the western side of Eastweald, and then Darrowshire, Corin's Crossing, and Tyr's Hand on the eastern side. At this moment in time, the population of the area was governed by the newly established city of Stratholme, which had quickly become the second largest city in Lordaeron in the years that followed the Troll Wars. The people of Eastweald not only looked to the Kingdom of Lordaeron and the governing city of Stratholme for leadership, but also devoted themselves to the new emerging religion, the worship of the Holy Light. The Holy Light can be briefly described as an endless, shimmering sea of energy situated outside the barriers of reality. It is one of the two most fundamental forces in the universe, along with the Void. The people of Eastweald built Light's Hope Chapel in the easternmost reaches of the region, using it as their main place of worship. This makes Light's Hope Chapel one of the oldest and most revered holy sites for the humans. Since the days of the Troll Wars, the humans of Lordaeron had not faced such a formidable force again. However, true to their nature, they constructed fortresses to ensure that they were prepared for any future invasions. One of these fortresses was Kayadaro. Located on a small island in the middle of Eastweald, on the surface it appeared to be a typical human stronghold, meant to protect the kingdom's people. But this was far from the truth. It secretly housed an ancient High Elven runestone. A few thousand years prior, shortly after Quel'Thalos was founded, many High Elves became concerned that their use of arcane magic might once again attract the Burning Legion to Azeroth as it had during the War of the Ancients. To address this, Dath Ramar Sunstrider tasked his most powerful arcanists with finding a solution. They devised a plan to create a protective barrier called Ban Denorial, known in our tongue, the Gatekeeper, around their land. This barrier would conceal their magic from others, deter their superstitious Amani rivals, and diminish the magic of all non-elves within its bounds. Over several decades, the Arcanists constructed a series of monolithic runestones along the borders of Quel'Thalos to define the barrier's limits. These runestones were powered by the Sunwell and linked to the mother tree Thas-Alar, combining the tree's natural magic with the elves' arcane spells. One of these runestones was located on the island of Kayadaro. This leads us smoothly into our next chapter, which delves into the lore of this area during the Second War. Fast forwarding through time, the humans of Lordaeron lived peacefully for thousands of years, farming the land, devoting themselves to the Holy Light, and supporting the kingdom. However, everything changed drastically in the year zero. Medivh, the corrupted guardian of the realm, joined forces with an otherworldly warlock named Gul'dan. Together, they opened the Dark Portal in the Black Morass, located in the southern reaches of the continent. This event would alter the history of Azeroth forever. The Orcish horde from the planet Draenor poured through the Dark Portal, decimating human settlements in the south and sparking the First War. The humans of the Kingdom of Stormwind battled the Orcish horde for years before being overrun, ultimately losing their grand city. Anduin Lothar, known as the Lion of Stormwind and a knight champion during the First War, made a desperate bid to save his people. He led the remaining population north by sea from Stormwind Harbour, seeking refuge in the lands of Lordaeron. In the 4th year after the Orcish horde's arrival, Lothar and the people of Stormwind reached Lordaeron. Meanwhile, in the south, empowered by their victory over the humans of Stormwind, the horde prepared for their next phase of the invasion, aiming to conquer the entire continent. Their next targets were the lands of Khaz-Modan and then Lordaeron. This phase, known in the history books as the Second War, saw the horde surging northward, establishing a grand base of operations at Blackrock Mountain. The horde launched two major assaults. The southern offensive swept through the dwarven lands of Khaz-Modan, conquering most of the region except for the dwarven capital of Ironforge and the gnomish capital of Gnomeregan. The northern offensive advanced from the Grey Sea, just as Anduin Lothar had travelled. Once they landed, the horde achieved significant success initially, using enslaved red dragons and nearly capturing the capital city of Lordaeron after receiving help from a band of treacherous humans. However, the tide of the war began to turn in the favour of the Alliance due to several factors, one of which was the founding of the Knights of the Order of the Silver Hand. The Alliance was made up of various nations, some of which were rivals with differing customs and ways of life. Lothar needed something to unite them, champions who could rally all humans regardless of their origin. The answer came from the Church of the Holy Light. Archbishop Alonsus Fowl met with Lothar. Fowl proposed creating a new order that embodied the best qualities of humanity: soldiers proficient in wielding the light, skilled in traditional warfare, and exemplifying loyalty, bravery, and honour. With Lothar's consent, and from within Alonsus Chapel, inside the city walls of Stratholme, Fowl and Uther recruited noble knights and priests from Lordaeron to train in the ways of the light and martial combat. The first recruits included Terrellian, a priest instrumental in forging the alliance at the Council of Seven Nations.
Interesting.
Saidan Dathrahan, a man of immense physical strength. Tyrion Fordring, a knight renowned for his zeal and resilience. Uther, an accomplished knight and devout believer who had apprenticed under Fowl, and Gavinrad the Dire, a battle-hardened knight from Stormwind and comrade of Lothar who had fought in the First War. The orcs advanced and reached Eastweald. The
Gobble,
island
gobble.
of Kayadara was invaded by the Horde. The
Hi,
fortress was
Jimmy.
sacked, and the sacred runestone
How are
was
you?
captured. The stone was
I
then
hope you've
split
had a
into
lovely
pieces
holiday.
and would be later used to create the Altars of Storms, arcane structures that allowed Gul'dan to imbue the Horde's ogre allies with magic. When Uther embarked on a mission of mercy to aid and comfort the survivors of the raid on Kayadaro, he was
We're doing
ambushed
good.
by privateers
We're
from
getting
Alterac.
there.
In the ensuing naval battle,
We
some
are
of the
level
Alterac soldiers were captured.
28 and a half.
Under questioning in Lordaeron's capital, they confessed to their
Let's see
nation's
here.
treachery against the Alliance and admitted
Yep.
that their kingdom had assisted the
Look
Horde
at that.
in their passage through the mountains. As a result,
We're
some
listening to
paladins
some
joined
lore
the Alliance troops led by the
about
High
like
Elf
the
Milan
northern
to
part
rescue
of
captured civilians and attack
the Eastern
Alterac City,
Kingdoms.
aiming to stop Horde reinforcements from reaching the capital city of Lordaeron.
We just got
Without
done
these
doing a dungeon,
reinforcements and Altarac's
Black Fathom
support,
Deeps.
The Horde struggled, leading to
It
an
went
Alliance
alright.
victory and the Horde's
Hail.
full retreat back
May the
to
eternal
Khazad-dûm.
sun
The Knights of
shine.
the
It's
Silver
alright.
Hand played a crucial role in pushing back the Horde, liberating Khazad-dûm and
We just
ultimately
got
forcing
here.
the Horde back to the Dark Portal
We're gonna
itself.
see if maybe we can
Turellian
find
led the
people
Alliance's
to,
charge against the Orcs' final stronghold in what became the
do
fiercest and
this.
bloodiest battle of the Second War. The Azerothian side of the
Oh, I
Dark
should have
Portal
went
was
and,
destroyed, partly
visited a
due to the
trainer.
bravery
Oh,
and
well.
skill of Uther and the Order of the Silver Hand. Afterward, Turellian and other paladins rallied the Alliance forces. Facing the Knights' formation, many Orcs panicked. Some fought to the death, others surrendered, and some fled. Thanks to the Knights, the Alliance achieved victory. While the Alliance secured a decisive victory over the Orcish Horde, the threat was not entirely eliminated. As mentioned, some of the Orcs scattered across the land, with many being captured by the Alliance. The
Eating
Alliance
popcorn.
of Lordaeron took decisive
Working on the
measures to
shaman,
contain the Orcish
yeah!
threat, constructing several
Shamans
large
are so
internment
good.
camps in southern Mordor.
Are
These
you
camps were
healing or
guarded by
just
both
DPS?
seasoned soldiers and paladins of the Silver
Are you gonna
Hand,
like try to
such
heal?
as Captain Scarlock.
Just
at
DPS
Durnholm
and for
Keep.
leveling or
Despite the tense
something?
atmosphere among the captive orcs, the camp wardens maintained peace and enforced
Fix my
order
chair.
effectively. As years
Sit
passed
comfy.
and tensions eased,
Oh,
a lasting peace
person.
settled over Lordaeron. With
I
his
didn't get-
paladins, the supreme commander Uther preserved peace in the kingdom. Meanwhile,
I mean
his
to give
apprentice
buffs back,
and
but
the
I'm
son
slow.
of the king of Lordaeron, Arthas Menethil, was integrated into the ranks of the Silver Hand through a ceremony at the Cathedral of Light conducted by Archbishop Alonsus Fowl himself. During this period, Tyrion Fordring, Lord of
Where the
Mardenhold,
fuck
was
is the
overseeing
ramp to
and
go
governing
up?
the town of Hearthglen, situated in the northern region of Eastweald. Here, Tyrion encountered an aging orc warrior residing in the
Think it's
ruins
there.
of an abandoned watchtower near Hearthglen. Initially enemies, they engaged in combat that caused the tower to collapse.
Enhance
Eitrigg,
for
the
life.
orc, ultimately
Nice.
saved the unconscious Tyrion's life by pulling him from the rubble. This act forged a sense of honour, and Tyrion felt like he owed the orc his life. However, this bond did not prevent Eitrigg from later being captured, facing execution in Stratholme. Eitrigg was spared thanks to Tyrion's timely intervention. For his actions against Alliance
up here?
soldiers, Tyrion was brought to Stratholme to stand trial before a jury, despite being offered freedom in exchange
Yeah.
for breaking his vow to the Silver Hand. Tyrion refused. Consequently, Uther had no choice but to excommunicate Tyrion from Lordaeron, forcing him into exile and a life of wandering and seclusion as an outcast. For a decade following these events,
Right.
Eastweald remained relatively tranquil. The Kingdom of Lordaeron focused on rebuilding its strength and commemorating its triumph over the Horde, striving for a peaceful existence. Unbeknownst to them though, masterminds of the Burning Legion were plotting global domination once again. Following their defeat in the Second War, the Old Horde's war chief, Nerzul,
dead
was
body.
captured by Kil'jaeden as punishment for his failure. The Deceiver destroyed Nerzul's body and tortured his spirit until he agreed to serve the Legion once more. Nerzul's soul was then encased in an armour and bound to the frozen throne by Kil'jaeden, who hurled this creation towards Azeroth. It crashed into the Ice-Crown Glacier and essentially giving rise to the
Alright,
Lich
we
King,
caught up to these
pivotal figure
people.
later in the Third War. Upon arriving on Azeroth, the Lich King seized control of Northrend and began scheming with the necromancer Kel'Thuzad to conquer
Yeah.
Azeroth. During this
Yeah.
very period, a young
Everyone
orc
knows
named
about that,
Thrall managed
most
to
part.
escape from his captivity in Durnhold Keep
Oh,
and
during
began
that
freeing
time,
and uniting
exactly.
the
That's
Horde
interesting.
under a new banner. A handful
Yeah.
of powerful individuals around the world heard the Lich King's mental summons from Northrend, the most notable of them being Kel'Thuzad. He was the first to answer the call. The Lich King was pleased with his latest recruit, promising Kel'Thuzad immortality and great power in exchange for his loyalty and obedience. Disguised, Kel'Thuzad returned to Lordaeron and set up the floating dread citadel of Naxxramas. We'll come back to Naxxramas later on in the story. Over 3 years, he used his wealth and intellect to gather a secretive brotherhood of like-minded men and women, which he then later named the Cult of the Damned. The cult promised its acolytes social equality and eternal life in exchange for their service to Ner'zhul. Kel'Thuzad ensured the cult's activities remained hidden from Lordaeron's authorities. On Kayadaru, Kel'Thuzad struck a deal with the Barov family, allowing some of his cultists to move into the newly formed school of necromancy that was located here. The school would go on to be known to us
Do I have to
adventurers
light that
as
sacred
Skullomans.
fire?
He also persuaded his friend, Baron Rivendare, to join the cult. With Kel'Thuzad's success in Lordaeron, the Lich King made final preparations for his assault on human civilization. Placing plague energies into portable artifacts, called plague cauldrons, Ner'zhul ordered Kel'Thuzad to transport these cauldrons to Lordaeron. The cauldrons were hidden within various cult-controlled villages and served as plague generators, spreading a plague across the farmlands and cities of northern Lordaeron. The Lich King's plan worked perfectly, and many of Lordaeron's northern villages were contaminated almost immediately. Prior to the Third War, Andorhal served as the distribution centre for all agricultural supplies in the northern provinces of Lordaeron. In the 17th year after the events of the Dark Portal, Kel'Thuzad and the Cult of the Damned used it, alongside the small town of Brill in Tirisfal Glades, to spread the plague of undeath by infecting the grain, which was then sent to various northern villages along the King's Road, including Hearthglen and Stratholme. As a result, Andorhal was one of the first places hit by the plague, though it remained free from direct scourge control years later. The people of Eastweald, most still unaware of this insidious plague, consumed the infected grain, unknowingly sealing their tragic fates. The Alliance forces observed a grim metamorphosis taking place in Eastweald as the plague began to ravage the land. Once vibrant and teeming with life, the region now languished as vegetation withered, farms turned desolate, and animals succumbed to the disease. This agonizing transformation marked the beginning of the end for the once prosperous and lush Eastweald. When Prince Arthas Menethil and Jaina Proudmoore arrived in Andorhal to investigate, they found burning buildings but no sign of villagers. Kel'Thuzad suddenly appeared, revealing his identity and his intentions. Determined to stop him, Arthas searched the city for the empty granaries and then pursued the necromancer as he escaped. Heading north and eventually found Kel'Thuzad, the necromancer informed Arthas that he was a servant of a greater power, a dreadlord named Mal'Ganis. Enraged, Arthas vowed to kill Mal'Ganis and slayed the corrupted wizard Kel'Thuzad on the spot.
Naive fool.
So
My
wait here with this
death will
guy and
make
start
little
this
difference in the long run. For now, the scourging of this land begins.
While stationed in Hearthglen, Arthas and Jaina's forces came under attack by hordes of undead. Arthas instructed Jaina to locate Uther while he and his troops defended the town from the scourge, the people of Lordaeron who had already been infected. It was during this battle that Arthas uncovered the horrifying truth about the plague. Those afflicted didn't just perish, they rose again as undead minions of the scourge. Before being overwhelmed, Uther and his knights arrived in the nick of time, rescuing Hearthglen from destruction. Shortly thereafter, Arthas encountered Medivh, who urged him to journey west to Kalimdor. Despite Jaina's belief in the prophet's warning, Arthas remained steadfast in his conviction to stand by his people and refused to abandon Lordaeron. Together, they pressed on towards Stratholme to confront the looming threat
prostitute.
of the
No, I'm
scourge.
kidding.
Lead them across the sea to the west.
Flee? My place is here, and my
Listen to
only
her
course is to
crying over
defend
there.
my people.
The demon Mal'Ganis specifically targeted Stratholme for its strategic and economic significance as Eastweald's heart, and as a revered site for the birthplace of the Silver Hand Paladin Order. Losing Stratholme to the plague meant losing control of Eastweald itself. As the first undead began to stir in Stratholme, Prince Arthas, accompanied by
Yeah, we
Uther
rule that
and
shit
Jaina
now.
Proudmoore and their
Undead.
soldiers,
Gang, gang.
arrived in Stratholme to find the city already gripped by the plague's horrors. Arthas, driven by grim determination, concluded that purging
Oh, she goes
Stratholme
cry.
was the only way to prevent it from becoming a bastion of the Scourge.
This entire city must be purged.
What?
He commanded his
Iconic.
companions to put down the infected before they could transform into mindless undead. For Arthas, this was a desperate act of mercy and a brutal necessity. Yet, his allies, Jaina, Uther, and their loyal paladins, refused to partake in Arthas's merciless purge, viewing his actions as sheer madness.
Have you lost your mind, Arthas?
Undeterred by their objections, Arthas and a handful of resolute soldiers pressed on with their grim task. Flames
Damn.
soon engulfed the city. Ash and smoke filled the streets, and cries of anguish mingled with the clash of steel and the shattering of bones. Blood flowed freely across the cobblestones as Arthas and his men ruthlessly cut down both the plagued and the undead alike. In the midst of the inferno, Arthas confronted Mal'Ganis, who mocked and goaded him to follow to Northrend before slipping away. With grim resolve, Arthas rallied his forces, who were now going by the name of Death Lords, and departed as the fires consumed what remained of Stratholme's once bustling streets. Days later, upon their return, Jaina and Uther were greeted by a haunting scene. Streets littered with lifeless bodies and the charred remnants of what was once a proud city, now reduced to ashes.
So much death. I can't believe Arthas could have done this.
In the southern town of Southshore, Alexandros Mograine, a knight of the Silver
So
Hand,
dramatic.
gathered his fellow knights, Isilian, Abendis, Doan, and Fairbanks, at the local inn. They convened to discuss an artifact in Mograine's possession and its potential use in halting the Scourge's advance across Lordaeron. Their meeting, however, was interrupted by Lord Commander Saidan Dathra, who brought the news of the culling of Stratholme. He also informed them that Arthas's contentious actions led to the suspension of the Silver Hand. Faced with this dire situation, the Assembly had no choice but to continue their mission in secrecy. Mograine then travelled to Ironforge with his artifact, where it underwent a transformation into a weapon designed to avenge the death of King Magni's brother, Muradin Bronzebeard, during his time in Northrend. Upon completing the forging process, Magni acclaimed the weapon as the pinnacle of his craftsmanship. During their stay in Ironforge, the knights received grim news. Arthas had pursued Mal'Ganis to Northrend and returned to Lordaeron as one of the Lich King's Death Knights. This treacherous act culminated in Arthas murdering his own father, King
Why don't I
Menethil
have a
II,
boo?
which then ultimately led to the fall of Lordaeron's capital.
Succeeding you, father.
Rip.
This kingdom shall fall, and from the ashes shall arise a new order that will shake the very foundations of the world.
Driven by fury over the prospect of losing his children, Mograine and Fairbanks rode tirelessly, day and night, to reach his home in Eastweald. Upon arrival, they discovered that Reno and Darian Mograine were sheltered under the protection of Talon Fordring at Hearthclan. When the Scourge assaulted them, Alexandros wielded his new sword and absolutely obliterated the undead with such force that only clouds of ash remained in their wake. The mighty weapon came to be known as the Ash Brigade. Upon his return, Arthas embarked on a brutal campaign across the lands of Lordaeron, including the town of Andorwall. Despite the dire circumstances, Andorwall remained one of the few places under Alliance control in the region. It served as a stronghold where Uther and the surviving paladins gathered to mount counterattacks against the Scourge. Arthas and his minions launched a relentless assault on the town, seeking a magical urn at its heart for necromantic purposes. In an epic confrontation, the Supreme Commander Uther stood against Arthas and initially gained the upper hand. The revered paladin held his ground against Arthas and achieved what no one else had. He bested the Death Knight in combat, sending the unholy warrior sprawling. However, in a twist of fate, Frostmourne returned to Arthas's grasp, imbuing him with an even greater power from the Lich King. The tide of the battle shifted in Arthas's favour, and eventually
yeah, they have.
Uther,
I didn't even
bloodied and
notice.
wounded, knelt and uttered his last words to Arthas. Arthas coldly replied that he intended to live forever, and delivered a fatal blow.
Whoa.
Save my soul.
When Frostmourne struck him, it shattered Uther's soul, with one fragment consumed by the blade and another taken by
Rip.
the Kyrian to the realm of Bastion in the Shadowlands.
Oh, jeez.
Where am
Welcome to Bastion.
Shifting our focus back to the mortal realm, the Scourging of Lordaeron was nearing its completion. The resistance against the Scourge was particularly brutal in Darrowshire. There, the Ghoul, Horgus the Ravager, and the Death Knight, Marduk Blackpool, known as Marduk the Black, marshalled the Scourge against the town, slaying all who sought refuge within their homes. To the east of Darrowshire, Lord Maxwell Tyrosus and a select few were assigned the covert mission of retrieving the bodies of 1,000 fallen champions of the light and transporting them to Light's Hope Chapel. Here they were reburied in the consecrated ground, safeguarding them from being resurrected as tools of the Lich King's undead forces. With Stratholme in flames and the settlements of Anderhall, Kaya-Darrow, Darrowshire, Corin's Crossing, all overrun by the Scourge, the plague continued to spread.
So pretty,
By this
though.
point it was concluded that both Eastweald and Lordaeron had fallen. Any human survivors couldn't bear to even utter the name Eastweald. Over time, they began referring to the land as the Plaguelands, distinguishing the regions of the Western and the Eastern Plaguelands. Following the fall of Lordaeron, Alexandros Mograine rallied remnants of the Knights of the Silver Hand into a crusade, aiming to reclaim the Shattered Kingdom from both the Scourge and the renegade undead forces now known as the Forsaken. In the Eastern Plaguelands, they seized control of Tyr's Hand and Hearthglen, where their leader Mograine began plotting ways to strike back at the Scourge. During one of their excursions, Alexandros
Greetings,
Mograine was
traveller.
accompanied by his companions and his two children, Reno and Darian Mograine, who by this point were now members of the Crusade. Together, they entered the burning ruins of Stratholme. Despite warnings from Abendis about the city's dangers, Alexandros confirmed the peril with his own eyes. As they advanced, a collapsing building separated the group, forcing them to fight
Come
their
on,
way
Miss
through the
Lakota,
undead to
anytime
reunite.
now.
Darian was injured by a
You're
skeletal
free.
mage, and Seidan Dathrahan was slain by
Uh-oh.
the Dreadlord, Balnazar. Balnazar would then possess Seidan's body with the intention of infiltrating the Paladin Order. Eventually, Alexandros
LOL,
found
this
an
one's
escape
following
route
her.
for all of them. Weeks later, Alexandros, accompanied by Lord Maxwell Tyrosus, Bridget Abendis, and his advisor Fairbanks, spied on the splintered group of the undead called the Forsaken as they took possession of the ruins of Lordaeron, noting that the Forsaken were unlike the Scourge and possessed free will. Alexandros
Free will,
recognized
gang, gang.
their superior organization and declared the need for reinforcements from Tyr's Hand to amass an army capable of reclaiming the ruins of the capital city of Lordaeron. To prepare
Yeah.
for this future conflict, Alexandros led his party to the old monastery in Tirisfal Glades, establishing it as a forward base. From there, the remaining members of the Knights of the Silver Hand gradually transformed into a fanatical religious sect dedicated to eradicating the undead from Lordaeron. This ideology spread beyond the monastery's walls,
What
leading
does
to
he
the
want?
formation of the Scarlet Crusade. You can learn more about the formation and the lore behind the Scarlet Crusade and the Scarlet Monastery in our dedicated tale. A safe portal can be found in the description below. Not all survivors agreed with the Scarlet Crusade's ideology. Some believed their comrades had strayed from their once noble purpose and chose to leave
to
the
take her
order.
all
Lord
the way to the
Maxwell
bottom.
Tyrosus spearheaded this separation and went on to form the Argent Dawn. Although they shared the same goals of protecting Azeroth from threats like the Burning Legion and the Scourge, the Argent Dawn adopted a less fanatical, more balanced approach. They established control over areas such as Chillwind Camp, the Bulwark, and their capital, Light's Hope Chapel. We have now set the scene for when we adventurers arrived in the Plaguelands in the 25th year following the events of the Dark Portal. 3 different factions all vying for control over the land.
That's us.
The
That's
Scarlet
right now.
Crusade, the Argent Dawn, and of course, the Undead. Following the defeat of the Burning Legion in the Third War and the consolidation of the Western Plaguelands by the Scourge, Anderhall became a regional stronghold for the Scourge. Anderhall served as the headquarters for the Lich, Araj the Summoner, who used the ruined city as his base of operations. From there, he oversaw the deployment of the mighty plague cauldrons situated throughout the Western Plaguelands. When many adventurers
What is
arrived
she
in the Western
doing,
Plaguelands after
Circles?
somehow surviving the dangers of the Stranglethorn Vale, they were met by the Argent Dawn at Chillwing.
Wicked.
They were tasked with uncovering the truth about Anderhall. Their missions included eliminating Scourge and Forsaken forces, clearing the area of
Alright.
skeletons, and
Gotta
slaying
go
key
back up
figures
there and get
such as
my
the
darn
Liches and the
pages.
Valkyr. Additionally, the adventurers were asked to pay their respects to Uther the Lightbringer at his tomb just south of Anderhall, and to scout out Hearthglen to report back on the strength of the emerging Scarlet Crusade. It was here that a rumour was confirmed. Talon Fordring, the son of the revered paladin and knight of the Silver Hand, Tyrion Fordring, had become a high-ranking member of the Scarlet Crusade. To save his
Crazy.
son from the Scarlet Crusade, Tyrion enlisted the adventurers' help. He asked them to meet with Miranda the Hag at Uther's tomb, where they would
Miranda
be
the
disguised to
Hag.
infiltrate Hearthglen and deliver Tyrion's
Interesting.
gift by the Scarlet Crusaders. Upon receiving the box and its contents, Talon Fordring agreed to leave the Scarlet Crusade and reunite with his father outside the town. However, this betrayal to the cause enraged Grand Crusader Dathrahan, who had been previously possessed by the demon lord Balnazar. Dathrahan sent Grand Inquisitor Isilian to kill the Fordrings. After defeating the assassins, Tyrion rushed to Hearthglen, where he witnessed Isilian killing Talon. Fueled by his son's death, Tyrion avenged him and vowed over his son's body to reform the original Order of the Silver Hand as its High Lord, once more dedicated to extinguishing the evil that plagued the world. The adventurers were then sent on a quest into the more devastated section of the Plaguelands, the Eastern Plaguelands. Here, they were tasked with uncovering the truth of the area, reliving the events of the Battle of Darrowshire, and defending their land against the Scarlet Crusade in Tyr's hand. However, these quests were minor compared to the challenges they would face in the area later on. By this time, the ruined city of Stratholme had become the largest stronghold held by the Scourge in all of Lordaeron. Leading the undead forces in the city was a former noble turned Death Knight named Baron Rivendare, who coordinated the Lich King's efforts in the Plaguelands. In life, Baron Rivendare was a wealthy landowner
when she
in
doesn't
Stratholme
sit
and a
sometimes?
friend of Kel'Thuzad, who had previously convinced him to join the cult of the Damned. From within the walls of Stratholme, Rivendare constantly battled the forces
My
of the
very
Scarlet
first mount
Crusade
I ever
and
got
the
all the way
Argent
back
Dawn.
in 2009
However, one
was his
small
mount.
area in Stratholme still remained under the control of the living, the Scarlet Bastion, from where the Grand Crusader, Saidan Dathrahan himself
That's my
led the
first
crusade
drop.
against the Scourge.
Drop rate
The
mount.
Crusaders' fanaticism led them to believe that anyone who was not a member of their order was corrupted by the undead and had to be destroyed. As a result, the Argent Dawn sent adventurers in to kill the Grand Crusader, and to their surprise, they discovered that the Grand Crusader had actually been dead for years and was being impersonated by the Dread Lord Balnazar. After slaying Baron Rivendare in a brutal encounter, the adventurers eventually overcame the demon Balnazar as well. This was not the last violence the walls of Stratholme would see. Remnants of the Scarlet Crusade still remained inside, tasked with dealing with the Scourge on their own.
Alright.
Eventually, the Master of the Scourge in Lordaeron, Kel'Thuzad, returned to the Blighted Land. From his citadel of Nax Ramus, hovering ominously over the Plague Woods near Stratholme, Kel'Thuzad prepared to continue his dark work in the name of his master, the Lich King. Nax Ramus, the dread citadel, stood as an unassailable fortress, cementing Kel'Thuzad's reign. However, hope glimmered with the Argent Dawn. Darion Mograine, driven by the legacy of his father, Alexandros, the former wielder of the Ashbringer, dared to infiltrate the floating fortress.
Is he
Though
really gonna run all the
ultimately
way
failed
over?
and lost his life, Darion succeeded in freeing his father from undeath, granting Alexandros' spirit
Really?
eternal rest. This left Naxxramas significantly weakened, as Alexandros had been one of the 4 horsemen, the Citadel's elite commanders. Seizing this opportunity, and with the assistance of the most elite adventurers, the Argent Dawn launched an all-out assault on Naxxramas. They managed to defeat Kel'Thuzad, though he escaped his death. Shortly thereafter, the Dark Fortress mysteriously vanished from the Plaguelands, leaving the region in an uneasy peace. Sometime after the disappearance of Naxxramas, in the 26th year following the events of the Dark Portal, the invasion of Outland begins. The war's primary objective is to prevent the Legion from establishing a stronghold in Outland, which they could use to launch further attacks on Azeroth through the Dark Portal. During this time, a nobleman from the Plaguelands named Maddox decided to reclaim the fallen town of Vanderhall. Driven by selfish and egotistical motives, Maddox believed he could succeed where others had failed. Using his father's wealth, he assembled a mercenary army and somehow convinced the Argent Dawn to assist him. Unbeknownst to them, the Scourge army lay in wait, hiding in buildings and in the water. Soon, the entire Argent Dawn force from Chillwind Camp was decimated, with only a few mercenaries surviving. This failed attempt to retake Anderhall showed the Scourge was a formidable force, making light work of the 100 men who dared to challenge them. A few years later, in the 27th year after the opening of the Dark Portal, the Lich King, formerly known as Prince Arthas, had reached the pinnacle of his power, and the war against him began. Across Azeroth, several organizations were established to bring the end to the Lich King's threat, once and for all. Foremost among these was a group called the Argent Crusade, formed following the war's first significant conflict, the Battle for Light's Hope Chapel. The Lich King commanded the creation of a new Scourge necropolis, Acheras the Ebon Hold. It was designed with a single purpose in mind, to train and deploy Death Knights across Azeroth in his bid for domination. Acheras was so formidable that even the dread citadel of Naxxramas wouldn't have been able to withstand a direct assault from it. It was deployed and positioned in the eastern Plaguelands, east of Tyr's Hand, in an area known as the Scarlet Enclave, and from here it served as a training ground for Death Knights with their singular mission to annihilate the Lich King's opposition, the Scarlet Crusade and the Argent Dawn, the remaining bastions of light in the Plaguelands. The halls of Acheras were filled with the bodies of fallen heroes, gathered by the Scourge to be resurrected as Death Knights. Under the supervision of the feared instructor, Resuvius, Scourge necromancers raised these bodies,
Good evening,
assessing
Darker.
their worthiness. Those deemed worthy donned the
How are
armor of the
you?
Herald of Arthas,
If you
while
celebrated
those found
Thanksgiving, I
lacking
hope it
were
was a
fed
good
to
one.
ravenous ghouls. Once their training was complete, the Death Knights launched their campaign. They ravaged the towns of Havenshire and New Avalon, slaughtering their inhabitants and obliterating the last army of the Scarlet Crusade. Those who managed to survive the massacre somehow went on to form a new group called the Scarlet Onslaught, setting their sights on Northrend to continue their divine mission. Some remnants of the Scarlet Crusade remained in Tyr's Hand after the massacres, but they were no longer of mortal flesh. They had been transformed into undead warriors. These undead Scarlet Crusaders were led by Lord Valdelmar and Linnea Abendis, daughter of High General Bridget Abendis. Bridget had survived the attacks on Tyr's Hand and assumed a new role as the High General and commander of the newly formed Scarlet Onslaught, which had relocated to Northrend and established New Hearthglen in Dragonblight. When atop Acheras, the Lich King was accompanied
12-hour
by two
shift
Valkyrie
at work.
battle maidens,
Ugh.
and then later by Prince Keleseth and
That's
Prince
rough.
Valinor. Having shattered the defences of New
Sorry to
Avalon
hear.
and Havenshire
I
in the
hope
Scarlet
it's
Enclave,
fun.
the Lich King turned his gaze toward the final bastion of resistance in the Plaguelands, Light's Hope Chapel. This sacred ground where the Argent Dawn made its stand was the last hope of the light against the encroaching darkness. Bolstering his forces with reinforcements from Hearthglen and Tirisfal, the Lich King dispatched his elite Death Knights to
anyone
spearhead
for
the
the
assault. Their mission was
hypercapacitor
to bring
gizmo,
out
and
the
I said,
venerable
sure,
Tyrion
invite me.
Fordring, a legendary
Then he didn't
champion
send
of
an
the
invite.
light, and crush him to shatter the resolve of Azeroth's defenders. A colossal army
What
of
the heck?
10,000 Scourge troops, commanded by the fearsome Death Knights such as High Lord Darian Mograine, wielder of the cursed corrupted
I'm just gonna go turn in my
Ashbringer,
quest then.
and including figures like
Fuck
Orbaz
that gizmo.
Bloodbane, Koltira Deathweaver, Reaver, and Thessarian assembled before the chapel. They faced a valiant but vastly outnumbered force of only 300 defenders, a courageous remnant of the Argent Dawn's leadership standing resolute within the chapel's walls. The battle raged fiercely, and the Scourge made swift progress, breaking through a third of the Argent Dawn's defences before Tyrion Fordring stepped forth to confront High Lord Mograine. With the power of the light, Tyrion fought valiantly, repelling the undead onslaught and forcing Mograine to withdraw. The confrontation turned dire when Alexandros Mograine, the legendary Ashbringer, made a dramatic appearance. Darion was momentarily transported to a past
We're halfway through level 28, and I have 4 quests that I'm about to turn in.
Was tragically cut short when the Lich King himself manifested, banishing Alexandros to the void and revealing the attack on Lightstone Chapel.
Definitely gonna get level 29, maybe. I don't know if all these quests go into it, but
his fury upon the Lich King,
I'll be close.
Swiftly subdued. The Lich King, seizing the opportunity, attempted to consume Tyrion's soul with Frostmourne as Lord
I'll probably
Maxwell
run over
Tyrosus
here and
rallied
do
the
those as soon
defenders
as
for
I
a
hit level
final desperate
29.
charge. Their efforts,
Maybe
however,
try to do
were
this
met
quest,
with
this
overwhelming
unrefined ore
force
sample,
as the
find
Lich King's
something.
power cast them aside.
You're
In
29
a
and a
moment
half,
of
gotcha,
unexpected
gotcha.
hope, Darion, struggling against the Lich King's control,
We're getting
managed
there.
to deliver the corrupted Ashbringer to Tyrion
It did
Fordring.
BFD,
With
that
the
was
light's
pretty
might
good.
coursing through the blade, Tyrion purified the weapon in a blinding burst of holy energy.
Didn't get anything
Armed
really,
with the
but
restored Ashbringer,
I got it done.
Tyrion advanced on the Lich King, who, recognizing the peril of facing such a force on sacred ground, retreated and vowed that their next encounter would not occur within the confines of holy territory. As the battle subsided, Tyrion revived Darion, and the fallen hero's spirits were honoured. The paladins of the Argent Dawn and the remnants of the Order of the Silver Hand found renewed purpose in the formation of the Argent Crusade. United under High Lord Fordring's banner, they pledged to marshal their combined strength to bring the Lich King to justice. Amidst the conflict, many Death Knights had broken free from the Lich King's grasp. Darion Mograine gathered these freed souls and bestowed upon them a new name, the Knights of the Ebon Blade. Thus, a new chapter began, marked by the union of the Argent Crusade's righteous fury
No, you got the
and
staff,
Ebon Blade's
lucky.
newfound resolve to confront
Yeah,
the
I
darkness
did
that threatened
Shadowfang
Azeroth.
Keep
After the world's
yesterday
focus
or whatever,
shifted
right?
to Northrend,
I
the
got
war
my
against the
robes
Lich King continued until
and
his
my
defeat
feline
at the
mantle.
Frozen Throne towards the end of the
So,
27th year. Following the Lich
good.
King's fall, a sub-faction of the Argent Crusade became more
at least I
prominent
got that,
in the Eastern Plaguelands,
so I don't gotta worry too
led by
much.
Eligor Dawnbringer and
I've been
Corfax.
expecting
The
you.
Brotherhood of the Light
Winds be
operated
at
with
your
fewer
back.
moral
Those aren't
restraints,
any
devoid
good.
of guilt and what they considered
These might
useless
sell for
human
more because they're
emotions.
boots. I don't
Despite
know.
Go
trying to
in
balance the
peace.
newly formed Argent Crusade's scholarly
We
approach
shall
with the
meet
Scarlet
again.
Crusade's merciless tactics,
What are
the
you
Brotherhood of
looking
Light
for?
remained steadfast in their shared ultimate goal, ridding the land of Lordaeron of any remaining scourge. The Brotherhood initiated their campaign against the remaining Scourge and Risen forces in Lordaeron with an assault force of 100 men, aiming to reclaim the cities of Stratholme and Tyr's Hand for the Argent
What
Crusade.
brings you
Aided
here?
by adventurers, they successfully
You like
captured
Bing
Tyr's
bong.
Hand
You see these
and
dogs in your
eliminated
front
the
yard?
undead
Just
Scarlet
know upstairs
leadership,
I'm going hard.
including the undead
Bing
Lord
bong. What do you
want
wanna tell Joe Biden right now?
What's
What's up, baby? Take me out the... Hey, yo!
Brotherhood took over.
Thanksgiving
but
gift.
Stratholme would
Thankful
prove
for
to be a
all the
different
karma
challenge.
streams.
After adventurers had overcome the Dreadlord Balnazar some years earlier, Balnazar shed his human guise and slaughtered all the Crusaders in the western portion of Stratholme, raising them into the undeath called the Risen.
Thank you so much. Aw. I really appreciate it. Oh, thankful. Shucks. Jeez. Aw. Okie dokie, Darker. Like I said, I hope the work goes as good as it can. Take it easy. I'll be back on Saturday. See you then. I'll let you know how progress is. Thank you, Ezekiel. Poggy
In the eastern part of the
Woggies.
city, Baron Rivendare was resurrected and travelled to Naxxramas to join the dreaded Four Horsemen. His position as ruler over Stratholme was taken over by his son, the fallen paladin Aureus Rivendare. The Brotherhood of the Light offered rewards to the adventurers to help eliminate these threats. After slaying both leaders, the Argent Crusade attacked the remaining undead and briefly took control of the ruined city of Stratholme, establishing Alonza's Chapel and the Scarlet Bastion as their bases. However, the undead continued to haunt its streets, making their control only temporary. During this period, Azeroth faced the return of Deathwing the Destroyer. While the world rallied to repel the forces of the corrupted Black Dragon, the Argent Crusade in the Plaguelands continued their tireless quest to restore the region to its former glory.
Do I want Force Spirit and one more armor?
With the Cenarian Circle to help the Plaguelands heal from its blighted state. Following the shattering of Azeroth, both the Alliance
cape
and
matches
the
my
Forsaken
shoulders.
launched major efforts to expel the Scourge from Underhall. The city became a war zone. The Alliance held the southwestern side of the city, reinforced by Chillwind Camp, while the Forsaken secured the northeastern side. Araj the Summoner led the remnants of the Lich King's forces in Underhall, their power greatly diminished by their lord's previous death. The conflict culminated in the Battle for Underhall.
Fuck if I know.
The combined forces relentlessly slaughtered the Scourge and ultimately slew the Lich, Araj the Summoner. Sylvanas Windrunner intervened, using Valkyria to turn the tide and force the Alliance to flee the city. Just outside of Underhall, across Lake Darrowmere, our story returns to Kaya Darrow, more commonly known as Skolomans. After the death of the Lich King, the Scourge was significantly weakened.
Winds be at your back.
That's what I feel like.
Dark Master Gandling, a human necromancer from the Cult of the Damned, used his ability to control
I have just the
undead
thing for you,
and
money.
officially take command of the Scourge forces within the keep. He used them to maintain control of Skolomans and attempted to seize Underhall for himself. When Gandling's efforts to take Underhall failed, he retreated back into Skolomans to bide his time. The defeat at the battle for Underhall
Where's
left
our
Dark
car
Master Gandling
turning?
in a foul mood. Determined to
White
strengthen
Reach?
his defenses, he began reanimating
Aww.
Baphomet, imbuing the undead guardian with an insatiable desire to harvest raw materials from his enemies. In the 30th year after the events at the Dark Portal, Lillian Voss turned her wrath on the Scourge necromancers of Skolomans. She confronted Gandling in the Chamber of the Summoning, where he was supported by a group of Bone Weavers. A group of adventurers arrived to aid Lillian Voss, and together they defeated the undead forces. Gandling, however, managed to teleport further into Skolomans, escaping death. Lillian pursued him,
World of
but fell
Walking
under his
Craft.
control, and he forced her to fight the adventurers instead.
That's why I turned
They
on the lore
managed to
video,
defeat Lillian
because
and
between
free
the
her
flight
from his
paths
control,
and the
after which
walking,
Lillian
it's like,
gathered
oh
her
my
strength
God.
and attacked Gandling, breaking his enhanced bone shield, and with his protection
Another thing
shattered,
expired,
Gandling
rip.
retreated to his study. The adventurers then allied with the
Not
spirit
money.
of Lord Barov, who believed Gandling's defeat would finally allow his spirit to rest. Together, they launched an assault on the Dark
World of
Master
Walking
and claimed
Sim.
victory over Skolomans.
So I'm at 11 gold now, but I haven't visited the trainer since I got to level 28, so that's an issue.
During the Burning Legion's invasion, the new Lich King Bolvar Fordragon ordered the Death Lord to rebuild the Four Horsemen and chose Tyrion Fordring as their leader. Initially, Darion Mograine opposed this, believing Tyrion deserved more than a life of torment and undeath, recognizing him as one of Azeroth's greatest champions. Ultimately, the Knights of the Ebon Blade had no choice but to comply with the Lich King, leading to the assault on Lightshope Chapel to try and recover Tyrion's body. Inside the Hall of Champions, where Tyrion's body rested, they confronted Lady Liadrin. Despite her efforts to stop them, she
Wow,
was
that place
defeated.
is so pretty.
Just as the Death Lord was about to seize Tyrion's body, the light intervened, burning the surrounding Death Knights. To ensure the Ebon Blade survived,
Guild advertisement. The person's name is French Loaf. Are you ready to knead your way to greatness? House of Bread is the guild where we rise together, slice through dungeons, and spread the butter of life. Whether you're a seasoned raider or a casual adventurer, we got a spot at the table for you. That's cute.
survival, Darion opened a
That was
death gate
cute.
for the others to escape, but it was too late for himself, and he perished from his wounds. Though the Silver Hand emerged victorious,
That was pretty
Darian
cute.
Mograine was later revived by the Death
A new
Lord
rank
of Lord
every
Acheras
2
as the
levels,
fourth
yep.
and final horseman. With the 4 horsemen now
Constantly,
complete and Darian
it
as their
looks so
leader,
stupid.
the Knights of the Ebon Blade were ready for the war against the Legion. This battle had significant consequences, severely damaging the relationship between the Ebon Blade and both the Silver Hand and the Argent Crusade. Years later, as the Scourge re-emerged, Argent Crusade sentries reminded the Death Knights of their past actions at Light's Hope Chapel. While they were not outright enemies, they were no longer considered allies.
The most?
Goodbye.
After the Fourth War,
I don't know.
Matthias Shaw reported that the Argent Crusade still remained active in the Plague Lands. At Hearthglen, Mardenhold Keep served as a training ground for new recruits and a repository for artifacts recovered by the Crusade. Anderhall continued to be blighted, and reports indicated that Scholomance was still functioning as a necromancy school under investigation due to the presence of the Barovs.
We're at 76%. My lucky
minions.
number.
This vigilant state proved useful when Sylvanas Windrunner destroyed the Helm of Domination, unleashing the uncontrolled Scourge across Azeroth once again.
I think I'm gonna run over to these
the Argent
quests
Crusade
now.
spotted Nathanos Blightcaller sitting openly on his porch in the Eastern Plaguelands. They alerted the Alliance and the Horde, then joined the champions of Azeroth in battle in Blightcaller, witnessing his death at the hands of Tyrande Whisperwind. These events would later be recorded in history as the period known as Death Rising.
Your power has grown. Oh, Tyrande, High Priestess, Night Warrior, completely powerless to stop the Count.
Rip.
With these events, a chapter in the history book finally closes on the Plaguelands. As the last echoes of battle fade and the dust of ages settles, the story of the Plaguelands reaches a poignant conclusion. These lands, once a testament to the relentless onslaught of darkness, have witnessed the rise and fall of heroes, the clash of ideologies, and the undying spirit of those who fought for hope and redemption. From the Scourge of Undeath to the valiant stand of the Argent Crusade, every inch of this scarred earth has been soaked with sacrifice and the resolve to reclaim what was lost. Now, with the final chapter written, we honour the memory of all who bled, fought, and persevered. The Plaguelands, once a realm of beauty, then despair, stand as a symbol of resilience and the enduring light of Azeroth. Though the battles here have ended, their legacy will forever inspire future generations to stand against the shadows. Thank you for joining us through this journey through the history of the Plaguelands. As we close this book, we carry forward the lessons of bravery, unity, and hope. Until our next story, may the light guide your path.
The Karazhan Library. That's what that one was. Yeah. That was the new different channel. Because the other one we watched the other day was called The Chronicles of Azeroth. And the one before that was the novel guy. Yeah. So that was pretty interesting. Wonder what else the Karazhan Library has. What do we got? What do we got? Desolate. Tell me about Tenoris.
Welcome once more to the hallowed halls of our grand library. Today our tale takes us into the depths of history, where we shall uncover the secrets of the desolate land known as Tanaris. Join me, Hogarth the Orc Slayer, alongside my esteemed partner Galadriel Truthseeker, as we weave the tale of this perpetual expanse of desert sands.
I love it. It's one of my favorite places.
Tanaris stands as a desert situated in the southeastern reaches of Kalimdor. It lies east of Ungoro Crater and to the south of Thousand Needles. This arid expanse is characterized by vast sand dunes and often experiences perilous sandstorms. The Steamweedle cartel has established its primary hub of operations within these desolate lands.
Can I have player housing in
Port and Gadget Sand
Tanaris?
founded by the goblins of Undermine. The tale of Tanaris commences during the era of the Gurabashi Empire, a formidable dominion in Azeroth that held sway over vast territories in the southern reaches of the eastern continent. The empire derived its name from the most robust tribe of jungle trolls of that time, known as the Gurabashi. The territory was inhabited by the Razor Branch tribe of jungle trolls who resided on the outskirts of the empire during that period. Around 10,000 years in the past, at the culmination of the War of the Ancients, a cataclysmic event transpired as a result of the implosion of the destabilized Well of Eternity. This event, commonly referred to as the Great Sundering, fractured the continent of Kalimdor. As a consequence of this profound alteration, the once lush jungles of Tanaris underwent a dramatic transformation, evolving into the arid desert terrain we witness today. Under the unrelenting desert sun, the trolls persevered, gradually acclimating to their unforgiving new surroundings, ultimately evolving into sand trolls, recognized today as the Sand Fury tribe, or sometimes as the Faraki tribe. Adventurers may find the name Faraki more familiar thanks to the Sand Fury trolls' capital city nestled in Tanaris, known as Zul'Farrak. Within our archives, stories of Zul'Farrak remain limited, and little is known about the mysterious troll city prior to the invasion by the Horde and the Alliance. One account tells the tale of a brutal war between the Sand Fury tribe and the Karaji. The Karaji, insectoid beings, were initially part of the Archaea, before the Trolls' victory in the Archaea and Troll War. Following their defeat in the conflict, the Archaea, who had taken refuge within Ahn'Qiraj, underwent a profound transformation due to the influence of the old god, Cthulhu. This transmutation gave rise to the vengeful entity now recognized as the Karaji. Fueling a vendetta following the Archaea's defeat by the Trolls, the freshly shaped Karaji launched an assault on the Sand Fury troll capital city, Zul'Farrak. This offensive would turn into a calamity for the Karaji, concluding abruptly with the self-sacrifice of Theka. Legend has it that even in his demise, Theka continues to watch over his cherished city.
Good day to you.
It is told that numerous insectoid warriors who vanquished him were hexed to endure life as thoughtless scarabs, forever scuttling alongside their martyr's spirit.
Watch
We'll
your
revisit
back.
the Sand Fury tribe later in our Tanaris narrative, but for now let's continue our journey.
Positioned along the eastern fringe of Tanaris, we discover a mysterious cave network holding tremendous power. Tanaris is the ancient homeland of the Bronze Dragonflight, headquartered within the Caverns of Time. We won't delve too deeply into the complexities of the Bronze Dragonflight story, as it's a tale best saved for another time. In brief, the Bronze Dragonflight,
like how we've
guided
switched up the
primarily
voice
by
now.
the eponymous Bronze Dragons, is entrusted with a mission to preserve the integrity of the world. The Titan Amanthal bestowed upon the wise Nosdormu and his kin the remarkable ability to navigate through time and command temporal magic. Typically reserved and uninvolved in current events, they rarely interact with mortals unless it's essential to protect the one true timeline. Their adversaries are the Infinite Dragonflight, a faction of bronze dragons tainted by the old gods who aspire to rewrite history.
How are ya?
While the Caverns of Time serve as their sanctuary,
Happy Thanksgiving
the
if you
Tanaris
celebrated.
Desert is the region under their guardianship. The Kiraji launched an assault on the Caverns of Time during the War of the Shifting Sands. Anachronos, Nosdormu's successor, decided to seek aid from the Bronze
get a bunch of cloth
to confront the invading Kiraji.
Sell a bunch of bags.
With the collective
and stuff.
efforts of the Night Elves and their allies, a campaign to reclaim Silithus was forged. However, we won't explore the finer details of the War of the Shifting Sands in this narrative, as it merits a story of its own. Certain adventurers might already have encountered a few of the historical events that can be revisited within the Caverns of Time. These include Thrall's daring escape from Durnholder Keep, Medivh's pivotal opening of the Dark Portal, the epic battle for Mount Hyjal, and one of Azeroth's most infamous stories, Arthas's culling of Stratholme. Each of these tales will be shared in its own time, but for now let's proceed with our narrative through the expansive desert realm of Tanaris.
In the northern reaches of Tanaris lies a goblin settlement celebrated for its vibrant commerce and eccentric goblin contraptions. Gadgetzan serves as the principal city of the Steam Eagle Cartel, the largest among the goblin cartel. Accessible from the passage of Thousand Needles, Gadgetzan tends to be an adventurer's first encounter with Tanaris. Within these city limits, one can find some of the most skilled goblin engineers, miners and alchemists diligently practicing their crafts. As we all know, goblins prioritize profit over loyalty. Thus, Gadgetzan is recognized as neutral territory in any conflict between the Horde and the Alliance. Individuals with deep pockets or valuable services are wholeheartedly welcomed in Gadgetzan. The earliest reference to Gadgetzan dates back to roughly 2 years following the conclusion.
Make sure we have full mana every time, eh?
Rumors
Oh
about
yeah, I found
Gadgetzan
tons
began
of
to
silk
circulate
already.
across
I've
Azeroth
sold some
when
on
news
the
of the goblin
auction
explorer,
house.
Charnas, renowned for his remarkable work in
Oh,
documenting Azeroth's
Canadians
avian
don't tell me
species,
yet. Y'all
took
already
up
had yours.
residence in this
Go
town.
and play it.
Both governing factions officially acknowledge goblin neutrality.
Ophelia.
And for those who may dispute this, the city streets of Gadgetzan are vigilantly
Yeah, I didn't do
patrolled
anything
by goblin
today.
bruisers, fully prepared
Saw
to
my
swiftly
family
subdue
earlier this
anyone
week,
who
but
disrupts
today
the
I
local
just
trade
hung out and
by
chilled.
inciting conflict. And for this reason, Gadgetzan boasts
not even a full gold
one
for
that
a
is
stack
few
or
and far
anything. Nothing
between in the lands
crazy, you
of
know.
Azeroth, the Thunderdome. The Thunderdome stands as the expansive
Like
enclosed
30
arena
silver,
situated
some.
at the heart of Gadgetzan. Within these confines, staged battles take place, intended to captivate and thrill the onlooking crowd. Should adventurers desire to resolve their disputes in a controlled manner, they can engage with the fight promoter, Dr. Dealwell, and the residents of Gadgetzan will happily facilitate a fight to the death. Little known fact about the Thunderdome: for an extended period, it was closed due to a series of injury-related lawsuits and allegations of racketeering. Even though goblin neutrality is widely recognized, there are still those who strive to incite chaos and disorder. For Gadgetzan, the disturbances came in the form of the Waste Wander Bandits, a gang of troublemakers who occupied the Waterspring Field and the
I'm not hurting for gold either. I have 11 gold already, but I need to visit my class trainer. I hit level 28. I haven't seen the class trainer yet, so
survival in the desert, providing
we
them
all know
with
how
a
that
source of
goes.
vital liquid wealth. Water towers were meticulously erected and maintained in the field by the Gadgetzan Water Company, so the goblins weren't about to relinquish their hard-earned towers without a fight. Nonetheless, the goblin bruisers needed to remain in town to keep the gnomes' collective Napoleonic complex in check, and to prevent the ceaseless brawling among the various visitors from disrupting their business. Therefore, it fell upon valiant mercenaries from all corners of the world to assist the goblins during their most dire hour of need. While certain adventurers might tell tales of safeguarding Gadgetzan in exchange for goblin currency, others might recount the legends surrounding the renowned elixir that originated in this place. The city's administration is overseen by the Goblin Baron, Marion Noggenfogger, who has garnered greater fame for his mastery of poisons and alchemy than for his role as the leader of this goblin settlement. Upon learning about peculiar creatures tormenting the lands of Tanaris, known as dew collectors, these creatures were capable of storing water within unique glands. Marion dispatched adventurers to procure these glands. After trying the dew himself and finding it quite unpalatable, he was determined not to abandon this endeavour. Consequently, he instructed the adventurers to seek assistance from Sprinkle.
I remember
Sprinkle
when that
sent the
took me a
adventurers across
while
the Great Sea
when
in
I was a
search
hunter for the
secret
first time
ingredient.
too.
And it wasn't much of a secret after this point. It is said that the
No
adventurers
worries.
returned with a mushroom from a lake within the
We all gotta
hinterlands
learn some way.
known
There's
as
a lot of
violet
different
traga.
things when it
Sprinkle
comes to the
ground the
hunter.
mushroom up and returned it to Marion. When this powder was mixed with the dew, it resulted in the creation of Noggenfogger elixir. Following this development, news quickly spread to all four corners of Azeroth, and Noggenfogger would rise to prominence throughout the entirety of the lands, and with good reason, owing to its intriguing effects. Partaking in Noggenfogger elixir entails the acquisition of the following well-known side effects: temporary undeath, perceived world expansion, and unregulated weightlessness.
Ooh.
Gadgetzan comes with a sister village known as
I'd
Steamweed
lose
or
all my
Port.
intellect,
Before
but
the
this will be good to
cataclysmic events
sell.
unfolded, there
22
existed a
armor,
direct
4 intellect,
road
4
link between
spirit,
Gadgetzan
level
and
26
Steamweed or
BOE.
Port. This modest coastal town provided a tranquil dwelling for a number of goblins and trolls, functioning as a central docking hub for vessels traversing to and from the goblins' ancestral homeland, the Isle of Kazorn.
A quarter
Yeah,
of
I've been
a
getting a
century
lot of
after the
things that I
Dark
can
Portal's
sell
initial
on the
opening,
auction house,
the
so I've been doing
narrative of
that.
Zul'Farrak carries on. Tales began to circulate across the world, suggesting that the Sand Fury trolls possessed a potent sword capable of inducing fear and debilitation even in the most formidable adversaries. This blade, known as Thurs the Lasher, is believed to have been separated into 2 parts long ago, with both halves possibly concealed within the walls of Zul'Farrak. Simultaneously, news emerged of a group of mercenaries who had eluded the enforcers in Gadgetzan and ventured into the Troll City, never to return. Speculation arose regarding their potential connection to the fabled ancient creature, purportedly dormant in the sacred pool at the heart of the city. It was at this juncture in the Tanaris Chronicle that adventurers were dispatched to Zul'Farrak, tasked with investigating the veracity of these accounts.
Up to the quarter-century point following the Dark Portal's opening, Tanaris enjoyed a period of relative tranquility. It was until the Anchorage War broke out. The commencement of the Anchorage War marked the onset of a period characterized by dramatic invasions and catastrophic events that would profoundly alter the landscape of Tanaris. During the Anchorage War, the region faced an initial incursion by the forces of Cthulhu. These invaders were eventually driven back to the city of Anchorage itself. Subsequently, the land experienced further bouts of conflict in the years leading up to the war against the Lich King, with the Scourge launching 2 separate attacks on Tanaris. Following the defeat of the Lich King, Azeroth witnessed a brief period of elemental turmoil. This world-altering event had repercussions for Tanaris, as the Sand Fury trolls seized the opportunity to empower the dormant Hydra residing in the sacred pools of Zul'Farrak. Hydromancer Kolratha, a Sand Fury troll, materialized within Zul'Farrak. During this elemental unrest, with intentions to summon Kaiju Garzrilla into the cities of Stormwind and Thunderbluff. Upon learning of the trolls' sinister plans, heroes led by Varian Rin and Karen Bloodhoof initiated an assault on Zul'Farrak, resulting in the defeat of Kolratha and the vanquishing of Garzrilla. The fate of the Sand Fury trolls following her defeat remained shrouded in mystery.
With the emergence of Deathwing, the destroyer on Azeroth, Tanaris was not spared from his catastrophic devastation. The most heavily impacted region was located along the eastern coast near the Great Sea. Steamweed Port faced massive tidal waves, devastating fires, and the once tranquil coastal village ended up submerged. The survivors, however, would resettle in the newly transformed seaside town of Gadgetzan, although it came at a cost. In the very southwest corner of Tanaris, an area once veiled in mystery and scarce tales, would gain significant prominence following the emergence of Deathwing the Destroyer. Over millennia, the Valley of the Watchers harboured an impassable gateway to an ancient Titan realm known as Uldum. Prior to the Cataclysm, Uldum and the mountain passages connecting it to Tanaris were enveloped in a mystical aura crafted by the Tol'vir.
I love Uldum. It's like
this enchantment
my
concealed the
favorite
land from mortal
aside
eyes,
from
a guise that endured for countless years until the Cataclysm inflicted damage upon the age-old Titan mechanism that had demarcated Uldum from its adjacent Tanaris. The stories of Uldum shall unfold in due time, but for now, it is time to bring our tales of Tanaris to a conclusion.
Following the transformation during the Cataclysm, the landscape of Tanaris remained largely unaffected until the Burning Legion singled it out as a potential invasion point. However, the combined forces of the Alliance, Horde and the Illidari successfully defended the region. With the torment of the Burning Legion behind them, Tanaris entered an era of lasting peace. In the heart of Tanaris, a land scarred by history, we uncovered tales of transformation and turmoil. The desert expanse was once a jungle under the Gurubashi Empire's reign, only to evolve into a barren wasteland after the Sundering. The Razorbranch trolls, stranded in its midst, became the Sand Fury tribe of Zul'Farrak.
81%,
in the bustling trade city of
Gadgetzan,
goblins thrived, and their neutrality was paramount amidst the Horde and Alliance conflicts. A peculiar goblin named Noggenfogger discovered a mysterious elixir with strange side effects, bringing fame to Gadgetzan. The Anchorage War and the Cataclysm shook Tanaris, leaving their indelible marks. The peaceful port of Steamweedle was swallowed by tidal waves and fire, forcing its survivors to relocate to Gadgetzan. In the southwest, the Valley of the Watchers led to Uldum, unveiled by the Cataclysm. After the turmoil of the Burning Legion, Tanaris finally embraced an era of peace. Camels now wander its deserts, Gadgetzan knows tranquility, and adventurers only come seeking the mysteries within the caverns of time. As we conclude the narrative of Tanaris, another chapter awaits. Join us again in a week's time as we embark on a new adventure, but for now, may the light guide your way.
Yay, I liked that one. That was really good. What else do we got here? To Stranglethorn.
Welcome back to the library, everyone. Today, our tale takes us into the depths of history, where we shall uncover the secrets of the Stranglethorn Vale. In the southernmost reaches of the Eastern Kingdoms, an expansive jungle sprawls to the south of Duskwood, the Stranglethorn Vale. This place instills a sense of fear even in the most seasoned of adventurers. Luckily, some brave adventurers have successfully traversed the jungle's challenges and returned with captivating stories ready to unfold in this very tale. Our journey into the lore of the Stranglethorn Vale commences an impressive 16,000 years ago. In the heart of ancient Kalimdor lay the Well of Eternity, an immense lake pulsating with potent energies, originating from a profound wound in Azeroth's surface. The Well of Eternity was created when Aman'Thul, the High Father of the Titan Pantheon, attempted to extract the old god Yar-Sharaj, inadvertently tearing the world's crust apart. The creation of the well accelerated the cycles of growth and rebirth across the primordial continent, giving rise to sentient life forms. Among the first and the most prolific are the Trolls. Led by the Shadow Hunters, these masters of voodoo and shadow magic served as the highest authority, organizing Trolls into small tribes. Over time, these tribes eventually expanded and
Trolls
created
ruled
vast
everything,
cities
Mon.
across ancient Kalimdor. During this expansion, the Trolls held sway over a considerable portion of the land. The Zandalari Empire, built upon a caste system, witnessed the transformation of these castes into distinct groups. Two troll empires emerged, the Amani Empire in the Middle Forest lands and the Gurubashi Empire in the southern eastern jungles. And as you may have guessed, the empire relevant to today's narrative is of course the Gurubashi Empire. In this time, frequent small wars between the tribes were a common occurrence, often resulting in substantial loss of life. To avoid such casualties, it became common practice for the Trolls to relocate to different areas instead of engaging in land disputes. At this point in Azeroth's history, land was abundant and mostly uncontested, allowing Trolls a relatively free reign over the territories. However, there was one specific location forbidden to the Trolls by their priests and their mystics, a dark mound of blackened earth and stone situated at the base of the Zandalar Mountains. This forbidden site was warned against by Aloha, the beings that were worshipped by the Trolls, and severe consequences were foretold for those who dared to disturb it. Despite the taboo, a particular troll named Zando, who had been disgraced and ousted from a position of power within the Gurubashi tribe, was dreaming of revenge. Zando acquired the dagger Xal'atath.
Oh, that's where the fucking dagger came from. Oh man.
By the dagger's whispers, Zando, along with a group of loyal witch doctors, defied the taboo and sought out the forbidden mound of black stone at the base of the Zandalar Mountains.
Crazy how it all comes together.
Zando believed that the mound held the power necessary to defeat his rivals. To their surprise, the forbidden mound turned out to be the dormant body of Kithix, a slumbering Cathrax. Mistakenly thinking it was a loa, Zando made blood sacrifices to awaken the creature, manipulated by the corrupted influence of the dagger. Zando dismembered some of his companions, used their blood and organs to awaken Kithix, and buried Xalatath in the creature's hide, causing it to come to life. Fully awakened, Kithix sought to gain favour with the old gods by destroying this primitive race that had disturbed it, and took control of the Akia, dwelling underground, leading to the Akia and Troll War. The Cathrax incited the Akia into a frenzied state, prompting them to ravage the thriving troll civilizations. Their objective was to initiate the purification of the world for the anticipated return of the old gods. The Akia inundated the troll territories, methodically eradicating a significant portion of the smaller tribes. In response, the Zandalar tribe formed the Empire of Zol, a unified force consisting of the largest troll tribes, including the Zandalari, the Gurubashi, the Amani, and the Drakari, with the coordination of the Empire of Zol and the aid of wild gods enlisted by troll priests. The trolls successfully halted the Akia's offensive and began driving them back. Dividing their forces into more maneuverable groups, the trolls engaged in an effective guerrilla warfare, hunting down Akia colonies to destroy them. Simultaneously, the Amani tribe pursued the Akia's leader, resulting in a legendary but suicidal assault on the Cathrax. Despite heavy losses, the Amani succeeded in bringing down their formidable foe. While the Akia were not completely driven into extinction, they were unable to continue the war, and the trolls declared themselves victorious. The troll tribes, now far from their original home near the centre of the continent, chose to settle in the newly discovered areas, founding new cities and empires. One of these cities was the infamous Zul'Gurub, located within the jungles of Stranglethorn Vale. In the lore of the trolls, it is recounted that the orb, known as the Stone of the Tides, first manifested along the Stranglethorn coast. Discovered by a wandering troll warrior, the blue stone intrigued him, prompting him to carry it on his journey. As time elapsed, the troll realised the stone bestowed upon him the ability to control water. He could summon water elementals, manipulate the tides, and perform feats reminiscent of the powerful mages of the Kirin Tor. Returning to Zul'Gurub, the warrior showcased his newfound powers to the Emperor, earning the new title of Tidebearer. The troll was granted a place of honour in the court of Gurubashi, faithfully serving the Gurubashi Empire for years to come. However, as time passed, the Tidebearer became increasingly reclusive. The Stone of Tides, with all of its power, also bore a curse. Over time, the bearer of the stone would gradually fade until disappearing from the physical world forever. Concealing this secret from the Empire, the Tidebearer journeyed to the beach where he initially found the stone and walked into the water, vanishing. Many generations later, the stone would wash ashore again, finding a new Tidebearer. This cyclical process continued, with Tidebearers coming and going, much like their predecessors.
That's crazy.
After the catastrophic events of the Great Sundering, the Gurubashi Empire discovered itself in decline in the southern expanse of the recently formed continent, the Eastern Kingdoms. Although large areas of the jungle, including their ancient city of Zul'Gurub, had survived the Sundering, the trolls had been isolated from their traditional hunting and farming grounds, and with that, famine and poverty spread widely across the trolls' territories. Despite modest improvements over time, the Gurubashi Empire remained a diminished version of its former glory. Regardless of the agricultural struggles, the trolls maintained a semblance of peaceful isolation for many years. The only threat to the Gurubashi Empire trolls during this period of time were themselves. After thousands of uneventful years, around 1,500 years prior to the opening of the Dark Portal in the nearby lands, the tale of the Gurubashi Empire would once again unfold. Traditionally esteemed by nearly all troll communities, the ancient lower spirits emerged as a potential salvation for the struggling Gurubashi Empire. The Gurubashi chose to focus their reverence on one specific lower. Responding to their plea, Hakar, the lower of blood, pledged assistance to help the Gurubashi expand their empire and regain prosperity. In exchange, Hakar demanded a substantial number of blood sacrifices. A majority of the Gurubashi trolls eagerly embraced this opportunity, and those who devoted themselves to the Soul Flayer became known as the Hakari. With Hakar's support, they decisively defeated nearby troll packs, Murloc tribes, and other trolls opposing Hakar and the Gurubashi. Captured foes were utilized as a part of the extensive offerings demanded by Hakar. Under the guidance and influence of the Loa, the Gurubashi successfully achieved their goals, conquering vast territories and numerous islands along the coasts of the South Seas. From their island in the ocean, the Zandalari, self-appointed protectors and leaders of the troll race, observed these developments with great interest. Initially pleased with their jungle troll brethren returning to traditional conquest and worship, the Zandalari's joy eventually turned into concern. Delving into myths and ancient accounts, they uncovered disturbing truths. Hakar, also known as the Soul Flayer, infused his followers with a murderous rage. The ensuing carnage, chaos and destruction perfectly suited the blood god, and he craved more, recognizing the imminent threat Hakar posed not only to the Gurubashi but to the entire world. The Zandalari quickly gathered a formidable force and set sail for Stranglethorn. Their mission was to warn the jungle trolls and put an end to the Hakari. Simultaneously, Hakar's demands grew more pressing. He insisted on the initiation of a ritual to summon him directly into the physical world. Recognizing the danger, most of the Hakari started to comprehend the Soul Flayer's unquenchable appetite. By the time the Zandalari arrived, the Gurubashi Empire was already facing internal strife due to Hakar's escalating demands. Upon meeting with the Gurubashi trolls, who shared concerns about Hakar's influence, the Zandalari discovered that a radical faction within the Hakari, known as the Atalai, were heeding to the demands of the blood god and attempting to summon him. Horrified by this revelation, the Zandalari, along with their combined force of some concerned Hakari, launched an assault on the Gurubashi capital, Zul'Gurub, where the summoning ritual was underway. Fierce battles unfolded across the city. Despite heavy losses, the Zandalari-led forces eventually gained the upper hand. Atop of Hakar's blood-soaked shrine, they succeeded in defeating Hakar's avatar and most of his fanatical followers. Though relieved by the victory, the coalition remained vigilant for any signs of Hakar's potential return, fully aware that the lowest spirit had been banished but not truly eradicated from the physical world. Despite the significant losses suffered by the Atalai during the Civil War, particularly in their defeat in Zul'Gurub, a few managed to evade capture and fled into the surrounding jungles. Seeking refuge in the desolate Swamp of Sorrows, they embarked on constructing a new temple, the Temple of Atal Hakar, with the sole intention of resuming the interrupted summoning that had ceased with the fall of the temple city, Zul'Gurub. For more information about the story and the Temple of Atal Hakar, you can refer to our tale of the Swamp of Sorrows. A safe portal can be found in the description below. The remnants of the Gurubashi Empire fragmented into distinct tribes and factions, including the Blood Scalp, the Skull Splitters, and any remaining Gurubashi. These factions pursued independent paths, staking claims to territories within the expansive jungles of the Stranglethorn Vale. The dispersed tribes soon found themselves in conflict with each other, and eventually the Darkspear tribe, relatively smaller than the others, were forced to leave the continent and set sail on the seas. Following the Gurubashi civil conflict, the trolls remained in this fractured state for several more centuries before embarking on a war that would prove devastating for the trolls of Stranglethorn Vale.
The trolls really are
Years
their
after
own
the
worst
Null
enemy.
Wars, in which the humans emerged victorious, the Kingdom of Stormwind continued to thrive in the Eastern Kingdoms. Enjoying relative peace, Stormwind settlers expanded the kingdom's borders southward, dangerously close to the jungles of Stranglethorn Vale. Inevitably, skirmishes arose between the expanding humans and the territorial trolls. King Barathon Rin, Stormwind's aging ruler, adopted a non-aggressive stance, hoping to prevent an all-out war. Over time, small clashes escalated into larger disturbances, with organised troll warbands raiding Stormwind's lands. Controversial within the kingdom, Prince Lane, the king's son, advocated for a more aggressive approach, leading to conflict with his father. While King Barathon's efforts were effective, some troll attacks couldn't be stopped. A successful raid into Westfall resulted in widespread destruction, shocking the kingdom. Despite calls for retaliation, the king remained committed to de-escalation. Prince Lane, furious at his father's decision, publicly challenged him. The humiliation galvanized the prince, who, with the support of others like Anduin Lothar, began formulating a plan to infiltrate the Gurubashi lands and end the troll threat themselves. Around this time, the Guardian Medivh, who had been in a magically induced coma for years due to the emergence of his formidable powers, re-entered life in the kingdom. Determined to aid his friends and escape his newfound internal troubles, Medivh joined their covert mission into the jungle troll territory. Having made it through Stormwind's borders unnoticed, the trio utilized Medivh's magic to remain hidden as they ventured into Gurubashi lands. Their objective was the troll leader, Joknon. believing that slaying their leader would plunge the Gurubashi trolls into chaos. When they engaged the troll leader, the battle was brutal, drawing significant attention. Medivh duelled Joknon, who employed dark blood magics that nearly overwhelmed the mage. Forced to unleash his guardian powers, Medivh's spell instantly slew every troll in the area, their screams echoing throughout the Stranglethorn Vale. Shocked at their friend's display of power, Lane and Lothar, accompanied by Medivh, hastily returned to Stormwind. Despite achieving their goal, both men harboured doubts about their longtime companion's well-being. While no surviving Gurubashi jungle trolls could testify about the events in central Stranglethorn, their forces quickly identified the culprits. Enraged by the bold attack, the Gurubashi, led by the warlord Joknon's son, Zannon, united for all-out war against the humans. Mobilizing, they marched towards Stormwind City. Stormwind, accustomed to dealing with minor raiding parties, found its southern defences crumbling under the overwhelming troll numbers. Civilians, unable to escape, suffered gruesome fates as the Gurubashi advanced. King Barathon, understanding the gravity of the situation, recalled major forces to the city gates. Prince Lane and his companions informed the king of the events in Stranglethorn. Though upset, King Barathon, recognizing the dire circumstances, refrained from punishing the trio. The Gurubashi army arrived outside of Stormwind in terrifying numbers, led by Zannon, who harnessed dark magics to create mutated soldiers. These creatures scaled the city walls effortlessly, wreaking havoc. As the trolls clashed
I am 86% to the next level, almost level 29.
Situation, King Barathon mounted a desperate attack into the heart of the enemy lions, but fell in battle. Lane Rin, now
trying
king,
to get to that
his father's
before
death,
I
but
let
refused
myself
to
go
succumb
to sleep.
despair. Despite Stormwind's
I gotta let
defenses
myself
on
go
the
to
verge
sleep
of
at a
collapse,
decent time tonight. I've been going to sleep at like 4 or 5 a.m. I cannot do that to myself, and look at me, it's already 1 a.m. But I want to get this last level. I'm committed, so we're out here listening to some
unleash his full powers, and the mage agreed.
Karazhan Library
Medivh harnessed his abilities, laying
lore
waste
video
to the Gurubashi forces with fire, frost,
about
and
the
arcane
history
magic.
of Stranglethorn.
The trolls met torturous deaths, while almost the entire Gurubashi army, including warlord Zannon, was annihilated, with only a small handful escaping back to the Stranglethorn Vale. With the troll numbers greatly reduced, the remaining members of the tribe withdrew deep into the jungle in a bid to regain their strength. As the tales of the trolls faded into obscurity, rumours of a bustling city began to surface, gaining popularity among Azeroth's most mischievous inhabitants.
Booty Bay.
Previously known as Blackwater Cove, this area is a large, sheltered, semicircular cove surrounded by cliffs at the southern end of Stranglethorn Vale. It used to be a small port town inhabited by humans, but was later overrun by the jungle trolls. Eventually, the goblins of the Steamweedle cartel successfully expelled the trolls from the immediate vicinity, establishing Booty Bay as their new operational centre in the Eastern Kingdoms. For timeline reference, this occurred sometime before the First War, as Booty Bay was already under the control of the Steamweedle cartel by then. At a later time, the Dark Portal was opened in the neighbouring lands of the Black Morass. During the Horde's invasion of Azeroth, the majority of their forces engaged in warfare against the humans of Stormwind. However, Kilrog Deadeye led his Bleeding Hollow clan into Stranglethorn Vale, reminiscent of the Orcs' ancestral home in the Tanarn jungle. The Bleeding Hollow were determined to claim Stranglethorn for themselves, but the Gurubashi, unwilling to share their lands, clashed with the invading forces. Despite the Gurubashi being weakened by the previous war, their knowledge of the land allowed them to launch guerrilla campaigns, forcing the Bleeding Hollow to retreat from the region. Warchief Blackhand eventually ordered Kilrog and his Bleeding Hollow clan to withdraw upon learning of the conflict, deeming too many orcs were dying without apparent gain. After the Third War, Booty Bay was still under the management of the Blackwater Raiders, closely affiliated with the Steamweedle cartel. The port provided facilities to any traveller passing through, regardless of their faction. Alongside the renowned Salty Sailor Tavern, it was one of the most popular locations in Azeroth during this time. Booty Bay epitomises the vibrant ambience of a thriving port town, where people from all corners of the world gather for trade, travel, and inevitably engage in gambling, brawling, and thievery. Despite its outward appearance as a bustling and seemingly harmless township, Booty Bay harbours a diverse array of wayward and dubious characters. One notable figure adventurers may encounter is Fleetmaster Seahorn, a key member of the Blackwater Raiders responsible for managing the intricate logistics of the Blackwater fleet. Within the bay's confines, one may also come across individuals who have succumbed to its perils, such as Shaky Philippe, constantly gripped by extreme fear, likely due to owing a debt to the fearsome Seawolf McKinley. Just outside the harbour, Janero's Point features a splendid goblin monument with mysterious origins. Despite the mystery surrounding its creation, travellers recognise its outstretched arms as an unmistakable guidepost during their journeys to the bay. Despite the various events of thievery, gambling and fighting, these activities were relatively low on the priority list for the leaders of Booty Bay. They were more concerned with a much larger issue, the Bloodsail Buccaneers. Despite their immense peril, the Bloodsail Buccaneers lay claim to the title of the least affluent of all pirate collectives. This circumstance arises from the brutal reality that none survive a Bloodsail assault. Then there is no one left to steal from again. The Bloodsail Buccaneers had plotted to plunder and cripple the Steamweedle cartel-controlled port city of Booty Bay. In preparation for the attack, the Bloodsail Buccaneers took up positions in key locations near the city. They anchored 3 ships along the coastline south of Booty Bay, clear of the town's defensive cannons, with camps also being built along the same coast in preparation for the assault. We will tell the tale of the Bloodsail Buccaneers another time. One story, however, is worth mentioning in this narrative. Dizzy One-Eye holds a treasury of tales recounting the daring exploits of the Bloodsail Buccaneers. In times long past, Dizzy lost both his eyes during a fierce battle within Menethil Harbour. Aware of Dizzy's misfortune, a skilled wizard enchanted a glass eye, restoring his gift of sight. However, as years passed, he made his way to Booty Bay. The Buccaneers, amidst the city raid, seized Dizzy's enchanted glass eye. This unfortunate event cast him into darkness once again, marking a second instance of blindness within a single lifetime. Rumours have circulated that a resourceful adventurer managed to retrieve the prized eye,
I'm doing
but
wonderful.
it is yet to be confirmed.
Just sat around chilling today. I didn't have to go anywhere or do anything because I hung out with my family earlier this
many
week.
areas of Azeroth, experienced an influx of new adventurers.
Ordered some steak
Many
hibachi.
journeyed to the jungle in search of wealth,
And
seeking knowledge, embarking on
just
foreign
vibing.
adventures, and even defending the shores against aggressive pirates. A frequent stop for these adventurers was of course Booty Bay, where various inhabitants, including some with dubious backgrounds, would often dispatch these adventurers on a variety of quests within the jungle.
Birds.
While Booty Bay may be appealing to some individuals,
get these
the goblins
quests
couldn't
done.
resist the temptation to venture
Posted a
out
YouTube
and
video
explore the
earlier
jungle
today.
in pursuit of riches. As part
Just
of the
yapping
infamous
about
venture
World of
company,
Warcraft
the
as I
crafty
do.
goblin trade princes had established their mining
yeah.
and deforestation operations here. The goblins had maintained a tenuous hold over these remote facilities, but they remained threatened by the jungle trolls' growing obsession with purging their ancient lands of any and all foreign invaders. However, goblins, pirates and trolls aren't the sole beings one must be wary of when navigating the jungle of the Stranglethorn Vale. The Vale, captivating in its beauty, conceals numerous perils that inexperienced adventurers should avoid facing alone. Inhabiting the Vale are diverse creatures, both formidable and hostile. Among the sapient inhabitants are the previously mentioned Bloodscalp and Skullsplitter trolls, situated in the northwest and east respectively. To the northwest, Yojamba Isle serves as the base for the Zandalar tribe, while an encampment of ogres resides nearby. The ogres held sway over a perilous individual known as Colonel Curzon. Initially a skilled and honourable soldier from Stormwind, he spearheaded an expedition from Stormwind to Stranglethorn Vale. Regrettably, at some point during the expedition, he fell prey to dark magic, his mind succumbing to the possession by Myzoth, a formidable ogre mage from the local Marsh Og ogre clan, with intentions to exploit Curzon and his men for their own purposes. While the majority of Curzon's men continued to follow their corrupted leader, a faction within his ranks, troubled by Curzon's abrupt transformation,
not until December 9th.
established their own group at the rebel camp. In contrast to Curzon's forces, the rebels remained loyal to Stormwind.
Like 10 days
Lieutenant
or so.
Doran, leader of the rebels, sought Curzon's demise to bring an end to his madness. Off the southeast coast lies Jagero Isle, home to the colossal gorilla King Mukla. In the southwest, a small Naga population is present, and Murlocs inhabit underwater ruins in the northwest. While journeying through northern Stranglethorn, adventurers may stumble upon Nessingwary's expedition, where brave souls embark on quests to thin the ranks of the local beasts. Hermit Nessingwary, a dwarf widely recognized as Azeroth's most skilled hunter, penned his well-known book, The Green Hills of Stranglethorn, during his exploration of the jungle. This book is entangled with an incident, one that may or may not involve a mischievous monkey. In the aftermath of the cataclysm, Stranglethorn Vale underwent a profound transformation, split by a sizable sinkhole harbouring a turbulent whirlpool named the Sundering at its core. The areas once constituting Stranglethorn are now recognised as Northern Stranglethorn, also referred to as the Stranglethorn Jungle, and the Cape of Stranglethorn. Responding to these changes, the Explorers League established a new alliance encampment named the Explorers League Dig Site. Simultaneously, the goblins laid down extensive oil pipelines in the water and founded a new horde town known as Hard Wrench Hideaway. Another alliance stronghold, Fort Livingston, also emerged, while the Zandalari relocated from Yojamba Isle, transporting their structures with them. Within Northern Stranglethorn, adventurers bear witness to political shifts within Zul'Gurub, embark on missions involving raptors, and partake in expanding hunting endeavours under the guidance of Nessingwary. On the other hand, the Cape of Stranglethorn unravels the escalating conflict between the goblin pirates of Booty Bay and their adversaries, the Bloodsail Buccaneers. The township faced a direct assault from the pirates, with buildings set ablaze and a blockade enforced. The Brashtide crew invaded the area, causing terror among the inhabitants. The port was ultimately safeguarded by the adventurers. Booty Bay, to this day, continues to stand as the primary city under the control of the goblins. Subsequently, Stranglethorn faced renewed aggression from Zul'Gurub, this time under the command of the Zandalari. Due to its geographical location in the southernmost reaches of the Eastern Kingdoms, Stranglethorn Vale remains somewhat isolated from the upheavals that have unfolded across Azeroth in various wars over the years. There are no grand tales to recount regarding the events following that of the Cataclysm. Instead, only nuanced details that await discovery by adventurous souls like yourself. As we conclude our journey through the vibrant and perilous Stranglethorn Vale, we're reminded that every corner of Azeroth holds tales of adventure, conflict, and resilience. From the bustling Booty Bay, a haven for trade and mischief, to the dense jungles teeming with trolls, goblins, and countless mysteries, this land has witnessed the ebb and flow of civilization. As adventurers, we've uncovered the rich narrative of the Stranglethorn Vale, a place where legends are forged, alliances tested, and friendships kindled amidst the chaos. The echoes of battles, the whispers of the wind through the towering trees, and the secrets concealed in every shadow beckon us to embrace the untamed spirit of this jungle. So, as you embark on your own tales of exploration and discovery, may the spirit of Stranglethorn guide you through the challenges that lie ahead, whether seeking treasure, defending against pirates, or unraveling the mysteries that linger in the air. Remember that every step you take in Azeroth leaves an indelible mark on its history. Safe travels, brave adventurer. Your next adventure awaits on the horizon. As we meet again in the next chapter, may the winds of Azeroth carry you to new heights.
That's a good one. Learned where the dagger originally came from. Fellwood. Let's learn about Fellwood.
Welcome back.
I don't know anything about Fellwood.
In this video, we are going to tell the story behind one of World of Warcraft's most corrupted zones, Fellwood. In the northern reaches of Kalimdor lies the corrupted forest known as Fellwood. Situated north of Ashenvale, east of Darkshore, and west of both Winterspring and Hyjal. I think it's pronounced Hyjal.
Hyjal.
But I'm a dirty human, so anyway. This once thriving woodland is now overrun by tainted creatures, including demonic satyrs, infernals, and decaying treants and ancients. The land has been cursed since the Third War, and ever since then, dedicated volunteers from the Tauren and the Night Elves have been fighting tirelessly to heal it. However, Fellwood was not always this blighted place, and today we will unravel the story of how it fell into darkness. The ancient history of Fellwood is shrouded in mystery. For much of its existence, Fellwood remained a relatively unremarkable place, its story only becoming significant during the events of the Third War, a tale we will come back to later on. But long before that, around 15,000 years prior to the opening of the Dark Portal, the supercontinent known as ancient Kalimdor was ruled by the Trolls. Among these various tribes, the most reclusive were the Dark Trolls, who lived underground and emerged only under the cover of night. Unlike their kin, these dark trolls
like
settled
vampires.
near the Well of Eternity, a lake of scintillating energy made from the very lifeblood of Azeroth's world soul, located at the heart of Kalimdor. Living so close to the well and its radiating arcane energies, the trolls found themselves being transformed in profound ways. The dark trolls grew more intelligent, their forms sleeker, and their minds sharper. They developed a new language and turned away from old traditions, choosing instead to worship a new deity, a loon, known to us as the moon goddess.
Yes, this is how they became night elves.
Magic. Through their communication with a loon and the discovery of ancient Titan relics, they learned the name of their world, Kalimdor, meaning land of eternal starlight. Embracing their transformations, they took on a new name. In our tongue, we know them as the Night Elves. In their native language, they were the Kaldoroi, the children of the stars. As the Kaldoroi expanded their land, they encountered powerful nature spirits, including the demigod Cenarius. Seeing potential in this new race, Cenarius taught them the ways of the natural world, hoping they would become its protectors. And from there, the Night Elf civilization thrived, establishing a new capital, Lundris, known as Eye of Elune, on the banks of the Well of Eternity. Mastering the magic it provided, they built grand temples and cities,
everybody came
and their
from
society
trolls,
advanced
except for
rapidly.
humans.
In this
and
age of
orcs,
prosperity, the beloved Queen Azshara ascended to the throne, ushering in an era of glory for the Kaldoroi Empire. It was during these golden years, Felwood was little more than a dense, untouched forest. To the trolls and the later Night Elves, it served only as a quiet route around the base of Mount Hyjal. Yet, even in its obscurity, Felwood would one day become the setting for a far darker story. For thousands of years, the Night Elves pursued even greater power. The upper class, known as the Highborn, grew arrogant and isolated, convinced of their superiority. Queen Azshara, herself a Highborn, encouraged this obsession. Delving into the secrets of the Well of Eternity, they hoarded its magic, distancing themselves from their kin. As their reckless use of magic intensified, the Highborn became corrupted, addicted to its power. Their magical tampering rippled into the dark corners of the universe, the twisting nether, and caught the attention of the Burning Legion, a vast army of demons led by the Dark Titan.
So it's all the Night Elves' fault.
Seduced by promises of even
and this is
greater
why
power,
you shouldn't
Queen Azshara and her followers
be
agreed
friends
to
with
summon
Night
the
Elves.
Legion
Sleep
into
well,
Azeroth.
Micah King.
Worshipping Sargeras as a god, to fulfill their pact, the Highborn opened a massive portal within the Well of Eternity, allowing the Legion to invade. The ensuing conflict saw demons ravage
It's all their
Kalimdor,
fault.
reducing Night Elf cities to ashes. Some Highborn, like Xavius, gave themselves entirely to the Legion, undergoing the transformation from their intelligent and noble forms into twisted, demonic satyrs. Despite their valiant efforts, the Kaldoroi struggled to repel this demonic onslaught. Ultimately, Malfurion Stormrage dealt a decisive blow. In a desperate battle, he caused the Well of Eternity to collapse. The collapse of the Well of Eternity caused a world-altering catastrophe, known as the Great Sundering, an event that completely shattered the supercontinent Kalimdor. The seas flooded in, breaking Kalimdor into fragmented continents. Though the forested land at the base
They should
of
give
Mount
us a
Hyjal
game that is
survived,
like
it remained
a
relatively
very
unremarkable,
high
fading into
quality
obscurity
version
as the
of like
world
those
moved on.
events, like a single
Just
player.
before the Well's destruction,
Ooh,
the
that would be
legendary
so
Night Elf
good. Like, come on, Blizzard, like a single player game of like playing through those events of the Well of Eternity and the Sundering. Oh, that'd be
of Illidan Stormrage, Malfurion's brother, secretly collected 7 vials of its waters, believing that a new source of power would be essential if the demons ever
91%.
Illidan sought to create the second Well of Eternity. Illidan made his way to the lake
Illidan's
atop
tried
of
to
Mount
save
Hyjal,
the
one
hell
of the
out
few
of this
bodies
planet,
of water
let me
left
tell you.
untouched by the war. There, he began pouring the vials into the lake, which quickly began to take on the properties of the original Well of Eternity. By the time he was halfway through, his actions were discovered by the other Night Elves, who were horrified to realize what he was attempting. When they
Why
tried to
was
stop
that
him,
bad?
Illidan unleashed magical flames, killing many of his kin.
Wait,
Even the contents
wasn't
of
it
3
good what he
vials
was
were
trying
enough
to
to
do?
transform the lake into a new well, and thus a second Well of Eternity was created, containing much of the same potent and
Is that not
dangerous
good?
magic as the original. To protect and contain its power, Malfurion and the remaining Night Elves, with the aid of the dragon aspects, planted a world tree on top of the new well. The great dragon, Alexstrasza, grew the new world tree, Nordrassil, from a single acorn of the lost mother tree, Gerhania, planting it in the waters of the newly restored Well of Eternity, atop of the sacred Mount Hyjal. She blessed the tree with strength and vitality, which extended to the Night Elves themselves. But Alexstrasza wasn't the only dragon aspect to bless the tree. Ysera's blessing linked the tree and the elven druids to the Emerald Dream, allowing them to enter her realm freely without the need for arduous meditation. The most significant blessing, however, came from Nosdormu, who ensured that as long as the tree stood, the Night Elves would remain immortal. This granted them both longevity and a powerful incentive to defend the tree from any threat. The Night Elves soon settled around Nordrassil and the lush forests that surrounded it, making it their new home. And thus the forested land at the foot of Mount Hyjal began to flourish with life, with Night Elves patrolling the area to protect their sacred realm. It remained in this blissful, peaceful state until the events of the Third War on Azeroth. 10,000 years later, the Dark Portal was opened, unleashing the Orcish horde onto the continent known to us as the Eastern Kingdoms. This land bore the brunt of the bloodshed during the First and the Second Wars,
did nothing
while Kalimdor
wrong.
remained
Not at
largely
all.
untouched. In the years leading up to the 20th year after the portal's opening, dark forces across the world
I want
began
him
to
and
plot
Sylvanas
for
to
domination,
fall in love with each
including
other and
the
save
rise
the
of
world
Lich
in the
King
next
and his
expansion.
Scourge army. The details of the Scourge and the following Scourging of Lordaeron are
Blizzard
not particularly
could make so
central
much money
to our
off
tale,
so many
and
women.
we have already covered them in our account on the Plaguelands. For those interested, you can refer to the portal below for more
Just have them both
information.
swoop in and be like, yeah, we know what the fuck's going on. Let's save this world soul shit.
To Dalaran, where the Lich, Kel'Thuzad, obtained Medivh's powerful
With the
spell.
combined
Armed with this
forces
knowledge,
of
Kel'Thuzad completed a
demonic
ritual
and
to bring forth
undeath
forces
is
of the Burning Legion
what's going
once
to
again.
save
And
life.
after 10 millennia, the Demon Lord, Archimonde, and his infernal legions emerged
The girl
once more.
boss within.
Dalaran was merely a stepping stone in
demonic
the
girl
Legion's
boss
grand
within.
plan. Following Kil'jaeden's command, Archimonde and his demons travelled west to Kalimdor, intent on destroying Nordrassil, the World Tree. By destroying the World Tree, the link granting the Night Elves their immortality would be severed, which would allow the Burning Legion to finally defeat their eternal adversary. The Burning Legion descended upon Kalimdor, pressing forward toward Mount Hyjal. However, they encountered fierce resistance from the native Night Elves, who bravely defended their sacred homeland for the second time. Lord Archimonde soon realized that overcoming these determined defenders would not be an easy task. The prospect of the battle ahead served as a bitter reminder of the defeat he had endured 10,000 years ago. To weaken the Night Elf defenses, he ordered
look at him
the
just
corruption
stomping
of the
through that
forests that
bitch.
surrounded the base of Mount Hyjal, hoping to sap the strength of the Night Elf protectors. The Burning Legion
It's
turned
weird
to
to
a
see the
powerful
retail
map regime
models.
for this grim task.
Yeah.
The Dreadlord, known as Tichondrius, was appointed to spearhead the invasion of Kalimdor and to weaken the Night Elves' defenses at the foot of the mountain. The story of Felwood now reaches its climax with the introduction of one of Azeroth's most powerful artifacts, the Skull of Gul'dan. Gul'dan, the first Orcish warlock and the de facto founder of the Horde, was a traitor to both his people and his mentor, Ner'zhul. He sold his loyalty to the Demon Lord Kil'jaeden in exchange for personal power, playing a pivotal role in enslaving the Orcs to demonic forces and launching their invasion into Azeroth. After his death, Gul'dan's skull was transformed into a potent channeling artifact for demonic energy. A fragment of his soul remained bound within the skull's bleached bone, allowing him to whisper to whoever possessed it. Even in death, Gul'dan's influence was still dangerous. The skull was first wielded by Ner'zhul to open portals
I bet
to other
Illidan
worlds
stuck his
on
dick in
Draenor,
that skull.
and then later used by Khadgar to destroy the Dark Portal. As the Dark Portal began to collapse, he sent the artifacts back to Azeroth using a Griffin Rider, ultimately delivering them into the hands of the King Tor in Dalaran. The Skull of Gul'dan was then stolen years later during the Siege of Dalaran by the Dreadlord Tichondrius. Tichondrius used the powerful warlock artifact to corrupt the forests surrounding Mount Hyjal. transforming them into a wicked and twisted landscape.
The Dreadlord who commands this undead army is called Tichondrius. He controls a powerful warlock artifact called the Skull of Gul'dan. It is responsible for corrupting these forests.
Yay,
This
we got
act
our
led to
turtle
mutated
shales.
wildlife, tainted ancients, and a polluted
The shales of
environment,
the
giving
turtles
birth
have
to
been
the blighted region we
collected.
now know as Felwood.
I just need 5
Any
more
trees
rocket
and
parts.
creatures that survived the initial destruction were
I'll
permanently
definitely hit level
cursed by the
30
demon's
when turning
rampage.
these quests in.
Felwood became an eerie,
Freedom!
shadowed
I can go to
expanse
bed!
of twisted woodlands and tainted glades, teeming with malevolent forces. The once mighty ancients that protected the land now
Hey,
wander aimlessly.
I'm sure
their
there's
limbs
art of that
deformed, their bark
somewhere.
oozing foul poisons. The once clear rivers and streams now bubble with toxic sludge and noxious fumes, a haunting reminder of the Legion's blight. Illidan Stormrage, who had been recently freed from captivity, was approached by Arthas Menethil, who revealed that the skull could not only stop the encroaching corruption, but also significantly boost Illidan's power. Driven by his insatiable thirst for magic, Illidan ventured into the dangerous depths of Felwood to claim the skull. In doing so, he managed to halt the spread of corruption and defeated Tichondrius.
The power should be mine.
How could you, Illidan?
Now I am complete.
I don't blame you. It's pretty badass in
However,
transformation.
his use of demonic magic led to his banishment by his brother, Malfurion.
Foul demon! What have you done with my brother?
It is I.
It is I.
This is what I've become.
No. Illidan, how could you?
The leader of the undead has been destroyed, and the forests will heal in time.
At the cost of your soul? You are no brother of mine.
That's fucked up.
Be
It
gone
was
from
a
this place,
sacrifice.
and never set foot in our lands again.
So be it, brother.
He sacrificed
With
himself.
the forests in agony and the Night Elves pushed back, the Burning Legion continued their relentless march through the corrupted woodlands toward Mount Hyjal. In a legendary confrontation, Archimonde ultimately met his end, brought down by the combined efforts of the Night Elf defenders and the unified forces of the Horde and the Alliance. The Burning Legion's defeat marked the end of the Third War on Azeroth, seemingly restoring a fragile peace. However, the scars of the invasion endured, with Felwood remaining a haunting reminder of the devastation left behind.
Yep. Sure do. Oh wow. Such a cool somatic.
Despite the forests being devastated
No
during the
need.
Third War, the indomitable spirit of Azeroth's people endured. As expected, forces from across the world ventured deep into the woods, determined to heal the land and cleanse its corruption. And since then, Felwood has been a land torn by conflict, where numerous factions clash in a desperate effort to heal its corrupted lands. The Emerald Circle
Freedom.
has established
The last
several
part.
outposts throughout the forest,
I can finally turn in
showing
these
their
quests.
ongoing dedication to purging Felwood
Ah.
of its taint. The Alliance, the Horde, and the
Yay.
Cenarian Circle each set up their own encampments
We're gonna be
to
level
support this
29
mission.
now.
Notably, the Druids had successfully cleansed a part of northern Felwood, known as Whisperwind Grove, important as it contained an uncorrupted moonwell. Outside Bloodvenom Post, Altsoba Rage Totem and the Dryad Kelnir Leaf Song fought to reclaim the outpost after it was lost
I bet that
due to the
Tauren and Dryad
disastrous
did something
experiments of the mad scientist Winter
funky.
Hazard. At the Emerald Sanctuary, Greta Mosshoof led efforts
You
to
know
repel the
damn
Lord
well
of
them
Demons,
Tauren look at them
particularly the
Dryads
Satyrs.
like,
Corrupted
damn
Night Elves who had
girl,
remained
look
in
at the way
Felwood
you
after
stomped
the
them
wars. Meanwhile,
hoes.
Dame Little Rissa opposed Dala Drilldozer's horde goblins in the Iron Tree clearing, believing their resource gathering efforts had undermined the Druids' work to restore the forest. On the side of darkness, Xavathras led the demonic satyrs from Jadefire Run, while deep in the shadows of the Shadow
Wow, that's
Hold,
crazy.
Lord
This zone has
Banehollow,
all this
leader
lore
of the
about
Shadow
it.
Council, awaited
Fucking
any bold
Felwood,
adventurers who
yo.
dared. to challenge him. The demon Xavaran sought to sabotage the Emerald Circle's efforts from
Can I
within,
help you?
while the demon
You have a
hunter,
great day
Baroness
now.
Sindweller, a former
Be
student of
seeing you.
Illidan, continued his master's mission to
Here
hunt
there.
down the remaining demons.
with you.
I don't know why they call Dryads. They make me
slowly
yeah.
expanded into a fortified
good.
Alliance outpost, reinforced
Why
by
are
the
they
Organ,
called Dryads?
while Iron Tree
Making
clearing
me
served as the
That's
sole
funny
held
as
base
hell.
in the zone. The
That's
presence
good.
of these rival factions had fueled ongoing tensions
It just
as
made
they
a
both vied to
cost.
restore or exploit Felwood's remaining
Adds
resources,
chill
and
effect
doing so
to
whilst
Blizzard?
both
Only
battling
Blizzard?
the lingering demons. Despite the valiant efforts of Azeroth's heroes to purify the tainted forest of Felwood, there remains one race that is still deeply attuned to the agony and despair seeping from its corrupted trees. The Timbermoor Furbolgs. Furbolgs are a towering, bear-like race known for their simple-minded
Figured she'd do
nature
this.
found throughout the world of Azeroth. These resilient beings stand as the forest's oldest guardians, their spirits bound to the very soul of the woods, hearing every whisper of pain that echoes through its twisted branches.
It does.
When the Burning Legion's corruption
Hard to
seeped into the sacred
choose.
forests of Kalimdor, many Furbolg tribes succumbed to
What's
its
up?
dark influence.
Keep it real.
I know those furbolgs. They escaped from Ashenvale when the
Damn it,
corruption
Nezing
started to
wearing
spread.
Stranglethorn.
They did not escape the corruption after all.
There's not a flight path out of here, is there?
However, amidst
That's
the chaos
right.
and the madness, the
That's
Timbermoor tribe resisted,
right.
retreating
I'm
to
gonna
the
walk
safety of
over
the
to
Timbermoor Hold, which can be
Gaz.
reached via
blah, blah,
northern
blah,
Felwood.
Gaz,
They
Gaz,
survived to the onslaught, yet were
Tenarans.
powerless to stop the forest they
We're gonna walk
cherished
over
from
there and
being
grab
twisted
that
into a
while we're
dark,
here.
festering shadow of
And
its
then I'm
former
gonna
beauty.
teleport
Even after Illidan's
to
Stormrage consumed the source of the corruption, the skull of
class
Gul'dan,
trainer
and then vanquished
and
the demon leader
waste away
Tichondrius,
my
the taint
gorgeous
still lingered,
12
leaving their
gold.
sacred woodland scarred
12
forever.
fucking
In present day,
gold.
the Timbermoor are very wary of outsiders, fearing that strangers may mistake them for their corrupted kin and attack them. Yet they understand that isolation is not enough to endure. Those who venture into northern
Class
Felwood
tax
and prove their
area.
worth to the Timbermoor will discover that the tribe holds friendship above all else. Though they possess no glittering
Yepers.
treasures, the Timbermoor Furbolgs are rich in shamanistic traditions.
Probably
They
go
are
see if
skilled in
there's some shit I
crafting
can
armor
do
from
in
hides
Stranglethorn
and
now.
proficient in the healing arts.
Or no,
They'll
level
gladly
20
share their
million, maybe
knowledge with
not.
those who earn their
I
trust.
can do
The Timbermoor's deepest wish is to end the suffering
Scarlet
of their corrupted
Monastery.
brethren and find a
No.
way to heal the land
No.
scarred by Felwood's corruption. They dream
No,
of
we're
the day
gone
when
in
the
Razorfang
ancient forest
Is
will once again
what?
be filled
Why do I
with
remember
peace.
doing Scarlet
And that
Monastery
dream,
at this
unfortunately,
level?
remains elusive. For the
Is
Alliance,
that you gonna be
the
a little
Horde,
higher?
and the Timbermoor Furbolgs alike, the hope that Felwood
Huh.
might one day return to the serene,
Yeah.
peaceful forest of legend is nothing more than a distant wish.
Well,
Though progress has been made in the effort to heal its tainted lands, the forest remains deeply corrupted, with no sign of full restoration in sight. And so, the story of Felwood remains one of unending struggle. Once a serene woodland at the foot of Mount Hyjal, it was then twisted into a nightmarish landscape by the dark magic of the Burning Legion. The noble efforts of the Alliance, the Horde, and the steadfast Timbermoor Furbolgs to cleanse the
I have
corruption
a few
have
random
seen glimmers
fucking
of
quests
hope,
I'll run
yet the
around and
scars
do
of
to
war
like fill in
run
levels
deep.
between.
The woods are still haunted by the shadows, their air heavy with the
Before I
echoes
come
of
back
demonic
here.
taint. For every step forward, the forest fights back,
Loktar,
resisting the light
may your
that
blades
seeks to
never
reclaim
dull.
it. As the ancient trees whisper their sorrow and the tainted earth groans beneath the weight of its curse, Azeroth's heroes continue their battle. But for now, the twisted heart of Felwood beats on, its secrets still shrouded in darkness, waiting for those brave enough to face its
I'll
depths.
probably go do this stuff now. Beautiful, beautiful. Oh my gosh. Oh. Oh, hello. I was just about to end stream, unfortunately. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. How are you? I hope your stream went well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I have to fix my sleep schedule. I've been going to bed at like 4, 5 a.m., you know, like stuff like that. So, it's already 1:30 a.m. where I'm at. And I just got I just got done with a bunch of quests and I just leveled up. We just got to level 29 and I was just about to visit the class trainer and just kind of, you know, get taxed for skills. Oh, thank you so much. I see you're playing World of Warcraft as well. Are you playing classic? Are you playing hardcore, PvP, PvE? Yeah, we're just on the regular server, you know, just having fun, casual, chill, grinding, leveling up, you know. I sit here, we were listening to the Karazhan Library. The past few days that I had been streaming, we've been listening to different lore videos while I kind of like drool on myself and level up and do quests. So, yeah, we just got done with the Twisted History of Felwood from the Karazhan Library, so that was really good. The other ones that we've watched were from the Chronicles of Azeroth and Novel 87. I see. Novel 87 put out a video 2 weeks ago that says Sylvanas was right. This world is a prison. Oh, I'm gonna have to watch that one next time. Oh, tea. Oh yeah, there's like secret quests in retail and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I just do a little bit of things here and there in retail. Like I've been having so much fun, but I am super casual in retail. Like I don't do any mythic dungeons. I don't do raiding at all. Like, I just log in. I did some of the delves, but pretty much I just do, like, my weekly quests and the trading post and, like, yeah, and, like, the holiday things. Like, that's about it. Yeah. Yeah, all the fun stuff, you know? Okay, let's get taxed. So I'm currently at 12 gold and 88 silver.
What is it?
I don't know about this mana shield. I don't use it. What would be the point, right? Maybe just save that 63 silver for the moment. Let's see where I'm at. 10 gold still. Okay, alright. I didn't get totally robbed. Love collecting all the things. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yepers. That typically is it. Like, I played Season of Discovery Phase 1 with a whole bunch of people. I was in a very active guild, and we were doing the raid. And then we killed Kelris, but we couldn't get the boss after that down. And then, yeah, I don't know, we just, like, I just gave up on Season Discovery after that. And since then, I have not, like, played WoW with anyone. I've not gotten in, like, another guild and actively, like, played with a group of people or anything like that, because everybody always ends up quitting and going to play other games and stuff. And I'm always, like, left playing World of Warcraft because I just know better. Like, I had a bunch of people who came in a stream asking me if I was going to play Throne and Liberty and stuff, and I was like, no. And what do you know? Yep, like a week later, they're like, yeah, I already quit playing it. I was like, oh, did you? How much money did you spend? Oh, I don't want to talk about it. Oh. Yikes. It is. It's so much set up. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It is rough. So, there's, you know, all that we gotta, you know, we got a new rank of Blizzard here. Where is it at? Okay. A new rank of Scorch. Okay. Mana Agate. A new Conjure. And Arcane In. Better Arcane In that I can forget to put on people on a routine basis, even when they ask for it. Good night, Mick. Sleep well. You forgot about TNL. Most people did already too. It's okay. You're not the only one. But yeah. It's been good. I've been having a lot of fun. I wasn't really planning on playing on these servers. Like I was just kind of enjoying retail World of Warcraft, and I was just looking for something to fill in time before the Indiana Jones game comes out. And yeah, I was just like, someone said that these servers are also going to be moving over to Burning Crusade at some point. So I will definitely be playing Burning Crusade again when that comes out. Oh, I'm sorry, Meg. Just fall asleep pretending like you don't have to wake up for work. Like, fall asleep thinking that you're waking up for a vacation. I know that might sound detrimental, but that's the best advice that I have. You never know. Like, a celebrity could come into your job tomorrow. Because what happens, you take that one day off work and like Lil Wayne comes into your job. And then you go into work the next day and everyone tells you Lil Wayne was there. And you weren't there. Okay. Alright. Okay. Okay. You never know. You never know. It is time for my slumber. Tom Cruise came into your job. See? Look, now we know someone who's met Tom Cruise. Tom Cruise could be at your job tomorrow. You never know. Britney Spears. He's short? Oh. Okay. I didn't know Tom Cruise would be short. Yeah, he seemed like he would be like a tall guy. Unfortunate. Let's see here. It's open Twitch. Leave anyone's one line. Let's see. What's up? What's up with the people here? No, don't do that. Come on, computer, work with me. Work with me. That's very nice. Everybody's asleep. All my friends are asleep. I literally have one friend, somebody I'm familiar with, who's streaming, but they're literally asleep. Like they're doing a I'm only sleeping kind of thing. Oh, devastating. Do y'all have any raid recommendations? Somebody we can like pass it off to? I don't know anyone. People are actually asleep. Thank you. I could raid my significant other who definitely doesn't need my viewers. I know he's still probably gonna be up for a while. He's over there having fun with the little Ash's creation. Thank you so much, Eerie. I really appreciate it. I will definitely have to check out your streams. See what you do on retail and stuff like that. You know, check out Transmog. Some mounty guy, you know. I'll have to show you mine. But yeah, I'm gonna head off. Everybody's going night-night. So I'm gonna go night-night. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of your night. If you celebrated Thanksgiving tonight, or today, I hope you had a wonderful holiday. Like I said, I like kind of celebrated earlier this week, and I just sat at home today, relaxing, vibing. You know, it was a nice chill day for me. So hey, if you didn't do anything today, even though you are someone who celebrates Thanksgiving, but you didn't have anyone or anybody or anything, don't feel bad. Plenty of us just sat at home chilling, maxing, relaxing. So you know, that's what we do. We sit here, we play World of Warcraft, and yeah, hang out on the internet because we're cool. And yeah, thank God for the internet because it's wonderful and helps keep me occupied while sitting at home. Because it's starting to get cold outside and I don't want to go outside. Outside's lame. Bleh. But yeah, I am going to attempt to fix my sleep schedule now. It is 1:35 a.m. So hopefully I will be able to go to bed within the next hour. And I will be back on Saturday. Yeah. We will be further in level, hopefully close to having our mount, and so it won't be so much of World of Walking Craft. That's like one of the main reasons why I don't want to play hardcore and why I'm not, because I feel bad for everyone who has to walk around Azeroth, and I have spent enough of my life, my 26 years of living, 20 years of playing this game pretty much. I have spent enough time walking around World of Warcraft. I'm tired. Physically, mentally, emotionally. I'm tired. So, no more walking. Hopefully. We need to get the apparently it's like a lot of gold and I only have 10. Oh, yeah. Anyways. So, that's gonna do it for me. Yeah. I'll be back Saturday. Y'all take it easy. I posted a YouTube video. If you miss me. Thank you again, Eerie. Y'all, follows are free, so give them out. I love y'all. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Posture check if you're gonna stay up gaming. Fix your posture. Hydrate. Or go to bed. That's what you should do, gamer. Night night.